Good morning. We are ready to get started, if you are. Hopefully you've had a chance to have some coffee and tea and the delicious breakfast. I can't state how delicious the breakfast is again, because it was, did anyone have that apple baked raisin, like bread pudding with the whipped cream? Wow. Or the little croissants that look like muffins, but they've got maple cream inside them. Wonderful. Lovely way to start the day. So I want to welcome all of you back for day 2. It's lovely to see your faces. I always like day 2 because you know some people. When I looked out into the sea of faces yesterday, you were all strangers. And today I look out and I see some folks that I was able to speak to and connect with and learn their names and some of their stories. And I'm sure that you feel the same way. Hopefully you got to meet some people sitting with you at your table groups or over lunches or even in the breakout rooms that we had. Yesterday was really lovely. I went home feeling quite uplifted and inspired by all of your stories. So I want to thank you for a lovely day 1. Day 2 is going to run very similarly. We have a few little changes to the agenda that are going to look a bit different. But we are going to be moving from this main room. We're going to be in here for the beginning of the morning. We have a fireside chat with Indigenous youth in the SDGs. Super looking forward to that. We've got some lovely people who are going to be up here sharing their stories with us. And we have a morning break after that, and then we move into a panel choice like we had yesterday. We have our first panel on biodiversity, environment, and sustainable development. And then in the lunchtime, after the lunchtime, we have your choice of emergency management in the SDGs or UNDRIP and the SDGs. So you'll have to choose which one you want to go to there. An afternoon break, and then another panel. Closing remarks finish us off at 4 p.m. today. So that's our day. Lots to look forward to. I want to thank those people who moved a little bit forward in our room this morning. The fireside chat is meant to be a little more intimate, so it's nice to have these tables have some people in them. And, you know, if you've got some new people at your table, you can do some introductions. I do want to start us off with a little warm-up. It's not as long as the one that we did yesterday, but what I would like to get you to do in a moment is turn to your neighbor, and I would like you to either reflect on something that you heard yesterday, or perhaps a conversation that you had, or a panel discussion that you attended, that really sort of ignited your excitement or your curiosity or your passion. That's a nice share for us to have. You may even speak about what you're excited about today on the agenda. So we're just going to give you a quick 5 minutes. So if you're sitting at a table of 2 people, you've got your neighbor. If you're sitting at a table of 3, the 3 of you can converse, but we're looking for just pairs. So if you can turn to your neighbor now and share one of those aha moments from yesterday, we'll do that for a quick 5 minutes and then I'll bring you back. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to bring us back. I love that exercise because I think it forces us to really apply a positive lens and reach back into yesterday and think about what touched us and what was meaningful, what inspired our curiosity. Before we begin with our fireside chat, I did want to take a quick housekeeping moment. I realize there may be some people here today who were not here yesterday. Don't worry, I'm not going to make you stand up and do anything embarrassing, but I thought it would be prudent to perhaps just mention a few housekeeping items for those of us who are new today. Our washrooms are down this hallway that you walked in to get here, and you can go in either direction. Quickest washrooms are right here. We have 2 meeting rooms where we will be holding our panels in the afternoon. They are room 103 and room 101, just around the corner. Across from the registration table is a rest area where you can have your coffee and tea if you feel the need to get out of this room and get a different view and maybe see some sunlight out of the windows. And if there is a fire emergency while we are here at the Shaw Center, you will hear a very loud alert and voices will come on telling us what to do, but we essentially just take the escalators down and out of the building. I think that's everything. All right, well, it gives me great pleasure to start off our morning by bringing in the Fireside Chat team. And I am going to introduce, first of all, your moderator. I don't need to moderate this one. You guys get Mercedes. This is Mercedes Moray, and she is going to be helping us have our fireside chat. And I will bring it over to you, and you can introduce our panelists.
Hello, everybody. Let's see if it works. Hello.
There you go.
It works. Excellent. Those spotlights are something else. Wow. Hello. Look at this. I wanted to have a wonderful discussion with you and with our youth panel that we have with us today. So thank you very, very much. It is really an honor to be here today with you guys. As mentioned, I am Mercedes Morin. I am the Director for the Sustainable Development Goals Unit within Employment and Social Development Canada. We are the unit responsible for reporting on the SDGs in Canada, which is great. Today, as mentioned, I have the privilege of convening a panel of remarkable youth. Métis, First Nation, and Inuit youth are working really hard to make change across the country, along with each and every one of us. The federal government is working to advance reconciliation and renew the relationship with Indigenous people based on the recognition of rights, respect, and cooperation. Also partnership to address the socio-economic gaps and inequities that persist. Given this year's themes of the summit, these young people that we have today represent a great intersection between tradition and innovation, which will offer us very valuable insight on how to integrate the Indigenous knowledge and values into the pursuit of Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda. With that being said, let us get to know our young panelists a little bit better. I will turn over to Sunshine to introduce herself.
Thank you. I'm really hoping you can hear me because I can't.
Oh, you have to speak a little bit louder.
Okay, can you? Is this? Okay, there we go. Squash Lillian Dunstan Moore. Good morning. My name is Squash, which translates to sunshine in Niklakjin. I am Nikalkaam Yakima Stratlium and Irish descent. I'm from Kamshin, also known as Lytton in British Columbia, but I currently reside on Anishinaabe Algonquin territory here in Ottawa. I am the Indigenous Climate and Policy Advisor at VIDEA. Previously, I was doing a parliamentary internship for the environment, working in the Senate. I'm also the previous chair and member of the Environment and Climate Change Canada Youth Council. I'm really excited to be here, and I believe I send it off to Jordan. Right?
Thank you. Yes, yes. Next person to introduce herself is Caitlin.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, no. No, it's okay, Jordan, you can go. Oh, I can go, okay. Tanse. Come on, my Métis cousins. You're supposed to say, I'm good. My 9 toes, or whatever we say. I'm just kidding. But Tanse, how are you? Good morning. My name is Jordan Burnoff. I'm from the community of Isle Cross in northern Saskatchewan, and I'm also a member of Black Lake First Nation. I did grow up very much Métis, grew up in the bush. I guess a little bit about myself. So I was formerly the advisor to the vice president of the Métis Nation Saskatchewan for a few years, Michelle Leclerc. That was an incredible time with a very brilliant woman. And I recently switched over to develop energy projects, so renewable energy projects with Métis Nation Saskatchewan, so with the MNS. And outside of that, I was co-chair of 7Gen, which is an Indigenous Youth Council for the past 3 years, and I recently stepped down from that council just this past year, and there's new co-chairs, a whole new council. But yeah, it was an incredible time working on energy development with them as well. I also support NRCan on some work with the off-diesel initiatives. I'm a part of the Wahilitus, it's called, the Indigenous Council that helps to advise Canada. So it's not just NRCan, but it's Indigenous Services Canada, ECCC, kind of all the partners that support off-diesel initiatives and the energy transition. That has been a really intense learning curve and an incredible time for me. And then, yeah, I guess a few other things. I serve on the Indigenous Clean Energy Board and Canadian Climate Institute. So I try to, dive into things that are of interest and learn as much as I can. And I'm really soaring with the eagles, as one of my close mentors says. And yeah, very, very lucky. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. This is great. Our next panelist is Caitlin.
Thank you. Ulukut, my friends. My name is Caitlin Adams. You can call me Kate. I know there's so many Kates, there's Katies, there's Caitlins all in this room, and I don't know how we keep multiplying. And I promise, though, we won't sit all at the same table. I'm Inuk on my dad's side from Kuujjuaq, Quebec, and Rankin Inlet Nunavut. My great-grandma is Lizzie Adams. My Nana Tiok is Eva Adams-Klassen. My dad was born in Churchill, Manitoba, and then apprehended by the child welfare system in the 60s. And so I was born and raised in the Lekwungen territory, all the way in Victoria, BC. And now I live here on unceded and unsurrendered Anishinaabe territory, and I'm doing my best to be a good guest. And I also work with Sunshine. I'm the head of decolonial policy, strategy, and kinship at Videa. I have a background first in Indigenous family support work, and a Bachelor of Justice and a Master's in Geography. And I've been working in international development formally for 5 years, and then informally for about 7.
Wow, this is great. Lots of great knowledge and insight, and I would say let's start the discussion. Let's dig in. So as we know, the 2030 agenda is a global call to action to address the most pressing need of today's. It promises also to leave no one behind, also including the Métis, the Inuit, and the First Nation communities across Canada. We know globally we are not on track to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, which is unfortunate. Within Canada, we know that there is much work that is needed to be done to implement the 2030 agenda, also the UNDRIP. There is, however, hope, I hope, that Indigenous knowledge, tradition, and worldviews can support in achieving the SDGs. We have some big questions today. How can the 2030 agenda include more Indigenous perspective? What would it look like as well? Those are some of the questions that we're hoping to get some insights today throughout the summit as well. We know that this year's United Nations High Political Forum that is happening in July will focus on SDG 1, no poverty, SDG 2, and hunger, SDG 13, climate action, SDG 16, peaceful justice, and SDG 17, which is partnership for the goals. So, without further ado, let's see if we can tackle some of those questions. We'll have approximately 5 or 10 minutes to answer each one of them, and I will direct the questions to one of you, and if you want to add in some additional insight, please do so. So the first question is related to SDG 1 and is directed to Jordan. So, from your perspective, how can Indigenous youth leverage traditional economic practices and entrepreneurship to create sustainable solutions that enhances economic well-being within their communities? It's a great big question for you this morning.
That's a good one. I feel like I'm like hunching, so I just want to sit and relax. I'm like my top on, I'm a little storyteller. At least I try to embody that sometimes, so probably not as good as him, but this question took me to a few places. So Arash had reached out a few years ago and was like, let's talk about this. Let's talk about the SDGs. What's your perspective on it, you know? Anyway, so I've been like unpacking this over the past few years, and then Kate asked me to come and speak on this lovely panel, and great job on this gathering. This is incredible. And like unpacking this, I was like, okay, there's all these definitions. I could watch all the YouTube videos in the world. I could, you know, sit and try to understand this from like a very external perspective. But like the thing that gives me hope and power and understanding that I can filter through to my community is our own stories and our own understanding of how this applies and what this looks like to us. And then thinking about, you know, how youth are involved in the work on sustainable development, it just led me to my kukum. And that's my grandmother. And so thinking about my kukum would go buy groceries, take about a quarter of it, put it aside. She would feed everyone first. She would eat last. We would have a little tea towel on the floor if there was big family gathering. That was our little picnic table. We would sit on the floor as the young ones. Everyone would gather around. That was our community, right? That was our family, but it was also an extension of friends and like extended family. And that was, I think, the medium. So just, I'm trying to bring you along on the sustainable development journey from my kukum's perspective, okay? So that was the medium in which sustainable development existed for me in my little world, okay, as this young person. So kukum would take that food and she would give it to the young man who would come around because he had a disability and his mother had a disability. And so she couldn't always make it to work, and she couldn't always hold this job that she had intermittently, right? And so my kukum would help them. My kukum wasn't rich by any means. In fact, she was quite poor. Our family was not well off by any means. So she went out of her way to do the selfless act of ensuring that this family had food, that this family was okay, because without even knowing what the word equity means, she understood it and she lived it. And then the young man down the block, who wasn't related to us, but my kukum grew up with his kukum. They went to residential school together, one of the oldest residential schools in this country, still not recognized. I'm just gonna plug Isla Cross because y'all need to understand and recognize that. So those kukums went to school together. This young man would bring her fish. He would bring her ducks. He would bring her moose nose. And she would cook that and she would share that. And that was no poverty. That was partnerships. That was sustainable development. You know, like for people that are struggling, those are often the people that are the most generous and the most likely to understand these pathways and understand how communities actually should work. So for me, sustainable development looks that way. You know, it's localized, it's community driven, it's built by our matriarchs, and it's guided by every single component in our communities that adds to the beauty of who we are. So I just wanted to like bring it back down to earth and like help myself understand it, so that, you know, I think like the most genius ways that we can help people around us to understand and bring to life these messages that can so often just be like jargon or burdened down with, you know, all the influence of like politics or money or, you know, all of these things that drive our economies but are very important. Like, I needed a way to help understand it. And so I gave that to my cookum. My cookum gave that to me, right? So back to your question on the economics of it. Our family is wild rice harvesters. My mushums and my top-ons were trappers and fishermen. My other mushum was a mink rancher. And when I think of this question and like traditional practices, like a lot of those are not like, they're not traditional, they're still happening today. So they are cultural practices. Some of them are traditional. But when I think of the work ethic of our communities and I think of how everybody worked together, like we need to stop building fences and stop locking our doors, and not like actually, literally, but figuratively. Like, we don't have neighbors anymore the way that we used to. Our communities look a little bit differently. And I think that's like a big component in terms of economic development and sustainable development as a whole, is like bringing back the life and the culture and the ways in which our communities were built and bringing that forward, right? Like, I don't think there's any like customary, like solid practices that I can give you as an example today. But I think just looking back at how our communities built, like those people that built my community, those old folks right now that are struggling to like have recognition, they went through it. Like, as young people today, like I think we need to really, really recognize the impact that they've had economically, and really like, you know, that the generation kind of in between needs to also remember that the cookums and, you know, the family system that we had really, really like, they raised the youth often, you know? So how are you embodying that cookum to make space for youth in the work that you're doing? Like, I challenge you, for real, think about how you're actively trying to mentor and give up your space for young people to get in here. Because working with young people can be hard, but it's because they challenge us to think in a way that is unbiased and so pure and so good.
Thank you, Jordan. Thank you. I think your experience of the cookum, I think it embodies the circular economy. And that concept of circular economy was something that was embedded within the communities and is a concept, but is very much alive, like you've mentioned. Anybody else want to add in on that perspective? No? Okay, great, because we have much more questions. So, yes, another question. This one will be directed to Sunshine. So given the unique nature of the relationship with Indigenous community that they have with the environment, how can Indigenous youth lead initiative that address climate change impacts and strengthen the resilience in the communities itself?
Thank you. I had to really sit on this question because just for some background that will give a little more context to what how I'm going to answer this question is, I'm from Lytton, which, if you don't know, 4 years ago was part of like the Southern BC heat dome, which experienced 4 days of 50+ heat, and then on the 4th day, 90% of the town burnt down. And sorry, I always try not to get emotional when I talk about this. I don't know why, but What they don't talk about that 90% is that was our hospital, that was our grocery store, that was all the resources that a rural community needs to fully thrive and survive. We were evacuated for a whole year, and then within that year, with outdated climate policies on both the indigenous governance side and the local community side, and then on top of new provincial policies, it's a harder time to build back because we were promised to be the first net zero community of Canada. But we're a small indigenous community, primarily indigenous, with little capacity and very little funding given. So when I talk about community and talk about policies, I did intentionally go into policy to work at that community level, but accidentally I kind of found myself working on the government, national and international side. So my answer to this question is a little more broad, a little bigger than, like, it's my definition of community. And now I'm going to go into like specifically what I wrote but yeah. So I advocate and work on the policy side of climate action. It's not the most fun intersection, but I'm a policy nerd, and this is where I found that I can make the most impact. Youth have an expertise of the climate crisis that is not always acknowledged. We grew up and are growing up in the time of UNFCCC, the Paris Agreement, and the Plastics Treaty, and so many other policies, mechanisms, and facilities. Articles are written about how groundbreaking, impactful, and world-changing they are. So why is there a mental health crisis for young people experiencing eco-anxiety? I get asked all the time to explain what is the UNFCCC, the Paris Agreement, and the Plastics Treaty. Because policies mean nothing when you're watching the sky turn red from smoke, when cities are being completely cut off from the rest of the country when landslides happen, and when you're watching your community burn down. We are in the era of youth-led initiatives, organizations, and leaders. The generations before us sacrificed so much for young people to be at the table, to sit up here, for us to sit up here and speak with you all today. And we, the young people, are honoring their work by demanding to be in the room, to sit at the table and to be heard, and breaking the doors down while we do it, and making them hella queer at the same time. Youth-led initiatives are leading the climate action movement, yet we are met with the most resistance, with a lack of funding, unjust policies, and unsafe work environments. So I want to end my answer here on a question to the policymakers in the room, to any government folks, and to the grown-ups. Sorry, I lost where I was at. Youth grew up and are growing up in the time of not just the climate crisis, but a plastics crisis, biodiversity crisis, and I could go on. We are in an environmental emergency. Youth are leading the climate action movement from the community, organizational, national, and international level. So what is missing from the groundbreaking, impactful, and world-changing policies for youth to fear the future? Because our fear is not from our lack of understanding of these policies. Mic drop.
How powerful is that? And from a government perspective, we hear you, we know. So, yeah. Sorry, I get caught up. So yeah, I want to move on to the next question. Caitlin, how can the federal government best implement UNDRIP to ensure that all the institutions respect and uphold the rights of Indigenous people? It's another big question, but we'd be more than grateful to have your perspective and understand how you see it.
Yeah, thank you.
I was telling Kate when we got the agenda, I was like, I'm so excited for this question. Because usually I don't get questions like this. Usually I get like the same kind of like, how do you decolonize the SDGs? And I go, no. But this is such an important question. And then yesterday I made new friends and we're listening to our amazing keynote and I went, damn it, David, you're taking my talking points. And so I was thinking, and I too am a grassroots girly, and I really thought about it, and we are a room full of very, very smart people. We are a room full of people who have access to different spaces that a lot of people don't, including our aunties, our uncles, our nieces, our nephews, our siblings. And I think first and foremost, we have a responsibility to our kin and to our families and to our nations to properly educate each other on UNDRIP and to know when our rights are being violated as a family, as a community, and as a nation. And then from there, we can spread out to so many different spaces. I'm going to answer the question, but I also have so many thoughts and feelings. And working in international development, in the mainstream international development, is lonely. I'm also on the board for Cooperation Canada. I'm the governance chair for them. And it's like an entity that is responsible for civil society organizations that work in international development to meet with Global Affairs Canada. And it's disheartening to see the lack of representation throughout our sector. And I truly believe that we don't have to stay so siloed. Like we talk about it all the time of we need to break down silos, we need to let go of our fences, we need to work together. And I think it's on both sides of a responsibility that, you know, we're not restricted to work only within the designated areas, right? Within the AFN, within MNC, within ITK, within ICC. Like Indigenous people are experts in international development. We're experts in international sustainability. We should be flooding this sector with all the organizations saying, this is how we do it, and either get on board or move aside. And I also feel that that's also a way that we get the federal government to listen. I'm going to speak like specifically about global affairs, loosely, because those are the folks that are supposed to be working for us, right? So as a sector of international development, we should be the one dictating to them what issues are important and what issues have to be worked on, which is the implementation of UNDRIP, right? We have so many organizations across the sector that work in Indigenous communities globally. Why can't we do it here better? And I need everybody's help to help me remind them all the time that we can be better and we can do better. And it's hard, but it's not that hard. It's mostly just uncomfortable. And I welcome that uncomfortability, and I will support you through it, but we have to do it together, and we have to do it now because of all the issues that my friends over here have already listed. And so I don't think we need to talk anymore. I think we just need to do. I really do.
Thank you. Thank you. And we're listening. Believe me, we're listening. I have another question, and this one, and I mean, feel free to address any one of you. So as we know, many Indigenous traditions are rooted in partnership. We've heard that before. Living and working together in communities. What can we do collectively, government, society, to learn from Indigenous tradition about how to work together in a meaningful way? You've mentioned working together, so just wondering, what are your thoughts? How can we learn to work together better? Any one of you at this time?
That's all like,
Yeah.
my first two thoughts is like, I know the government departments have a reconciliation action plan. Like, I know you all have to do it. And so let's just do it. And then two, like decolonization. I know that's a really uncomfortable word, and people take different things from it and take what you need from it. At the end of the day, we just have to make it happen. And for me, what that looks like is like looking at all these policies and and procedures and go, that's from 1999. I don't think we need to do that anymore. And just, chuck them away. Chuck them away. It's going to be okay. We can rebuild something so much better together instead of always being like, oh, well, the red tape, the red tape, the red tape, the funding, the funding, the funding. And then in particular, within our sector, we're seeing such a huge cut when it comes to international development globally, and it's so disheartening because of all the different conflicts that are happening in the world, the climate crisis, armed conflicts, humanitarian issues, and like as a country, we're supposed to uphold all these values of being a good neighbor, right? Being a good Canadian, but we're not showing up internationally for those who need us the most, and especially in a way that of shrinking civil society organizations and democratic spaces. Like we need to do more together by actually showing up, right? Like we're showing up right here for each other, and I think it's really beautiful. And we need to show up in the other spaces to be like, hi, I'm here, and I'm not going away. And so you're gonna have to figure out that either you're gonna be my best friend, or I'm gonna be a really annoying person in your email box saying like, let's do this better, or I have ideas. And also admitting when we're wrong. I can be wrong, that's fine with me. And I can go, you know what, you're right. That wasn't cool, and I'm sorry, and how can I make that better for you? And just having an honest relationship about really tough decisions that we have to make domestically and internationally.
Thank you. Yeah, this is great. Thank you. I'm wondering if Jordan or Sunshine has their perspective.
Okay. I don't have too much to add on this, and Sunshine's gonna end with another mic drop. So I think with partnerships, there's an easy one, and that is Wekuhtuwin, which is kinship, right? And that's our governance. So I think we don't have to go very far to understand what good governance looks like, because you can go to your community and you can understand how good relations with the land, good relations with your kin, good relations with everything around you, right? Like, we have a seat here. Let's just pretend that we didn't forget to set that for the earth, right? Because that's what we're all here for, really. At the end of the day, everything that we've come to learn and come to know to this date comes from the earth. We come from the earth. And we can't forget to remember every, as we say, stakeholder that is a part of this work that we do. And this is a key stakeholder, is that earth. So let's not forget to include everyone in the conversation when we're talking about partnerships. And, I heard someone, oh my goodness, I think it was, I can't remember who it was, actually, but talking about, about UNDRIP and how, it can act as a guise, a protection for the government in a way. And, where is our power and our drive to look at something like UNDRIP? And, I don't know, part of me really, really, wants to see this happen, but I understand the barriers or conditions that exist for us to not, fruitfully bring this forward in a good way. I get that. But I feel like we're creating problems to a solution, right? And like my friend here said, to decolonize, to recalibrate this whole system of understanding, right? Because when you look at kinship, when you look at Wekuhtuwin, it's actually quite simple, and it's working together with all people. And this is starting to sound really fluffy and like I'm gonna go outside and hug a tree later, but I might, but that's okay. But we need to go back to these compassionate value systems and these ways of understanding each other that I think that we've lost. You know, we've lost that in competition, and I'm gonna plug this funny little word again, but capitalism. It's okay to make money. It's okay to move forward, but we need to remember people along the way. And that is what partnerships is. Partnerships is truly not leaving anybody behind, right? And we hear equality and all of these things. And I think as Indigenous people, like that word always needs to be equity, because we need to remember, like, another buzzword is reconciliation. Reconciliatory action requires equitable pathways, right? Like, things were not built equally in this country. And if you want a decolonized governance system, that is equity, right? Like, it was built in such a way to oppress people. And those ways have not gone away. They are still there. So we need to put effective partnerships in front of everything, right? Somebody said yesterday that was really awesome, was like, bringing the right people in the room at the right time to talk about the right issues, right? And we need to be organized. We need to gather in a way that is effective, and also that takes time. That's another capitalist driver, right? Is our concept of time. And if you have time, you should search up Larissa Crawford and her concept of time, decolonizing time. Because the world moves at such a rate that we often don't have time to effectively include youth in the work that we're doing in decision making. And we're like, yeah, but we got to get this done, so we're going to include them at the end because their perspective's important. But then, yeah, at the opening we'll have an elder, and then we'll have a youth to kind of guide us along the way. How many tables have you sat at that has happened? Raise your hand. Come on. But it happens a lot, and like, that's okay. We're learning, right? We're learning, and we need to acknowledge and accept that we're learning. But we can do so much better, and we are. And I'm really hopeful, and it's because of young people like this that are like really, really pushing the bar on like what is good and what is just. Thank you.
I have a follow-up question to that one, Jordan. So we understand the issues of climate anxiety of youth, and we know that one way to be able to reduce that anxiety is by taking part in initiative, by actually being involved in movements. Wondering, what is the best way to engage with youth, considering the scope and the breadth of the 17 SDGs that covers, you know, from socioeconomic issues to environmental issues, without overloading the youth that want to take part in the decision making?
And like, I'm truly speaking for myself and what I've seen from other young people. Like, I'm just gonna like just be real with you. I'm like a cookum youth. I'm like a grandmother youth. Like, but I have had the opportunity to watch, you know, the brilliance of young people in action, and I think a part of the anxiety comes from the reality that the control is being led by, like you said, you know, outdated policy, like outdated mindsets, outdated governance, right? Like, what we're moving forward on is literally concepts and structures that were created, 200, 150 years ago by, I don't even know why I'm having trouble saying this, but by colonizers. Like, really, and that is what still is governing us. And I think that the fear, the anxiety comes from the fact that, you know, young people are included in ways, and it, again, like I said, it is improving, but I think we truly need to help people feel heard. And that's when I've seen true power and, you know, like some really, really incredible ideas. And like, I stepped down from 7 Gen because I was at that table and I'm like, you know, my place here is done. Like, I've helped how I can. These young people can do this, like, so much better. These ideas are brilliant. And, like, generationally, we need to recognize that, like, there are levels and access to information and the ability to, like, disperse this information and work together in ways that I think we're trying to catch up now to young people, where young people are at. And I'm putting myself in, like, a space that's kind of outside of that. But I think young people have the answers, and we just need to start listening to that a little bit more effectively and, you know, helping when that voice is speaking and you see their true passion and their hard work and the actual drive to see those things through. You need to help that person in every way humanly possible to accomplish those things. That's how I've been able to progress in my career and feel empowered, and like those fears and those anxieties, they start to diminish when people truly believe in you and truly make space for you.
Thank you. Wondering, Caitlin, if you have your perspective on how to best engage youth in the discussion at the international stage.
Oh, you bet. I got lots of ideas.
All right.
Also, too, at the organization that Sunshine and I work at, I used to run the Arctic Gender Program, and it was working with predominantly young Inuit women and gender diverse folks in policy change. And the way we work is that it's all community-led and it's all youth-led. Our organization we work for, so cool. Everybody's mostly under 35. It's predominantly women and gender diverse folks, predominantly Indigenous, Métis, First Nation, and Inuit. Super cool. And, you know, I supported a team of 7, and they are phenomenal. Like, they're the loves of my lives. And I could just cry thinking about how much good change that they created in the communities, and also like one of my home communities. And it was all young people, you know, given the resources to do what they want to do, and us basically providing just soft places to land, because we know when youth, especially Indigenous youth, go into these spaces that it's taxing. People don't understand, especially in rural and remote communities, of facing lateral violence and all these other things that young people have to work against and work with, and at the same time just being like, you know what, that was a really hard day. Do you want to talk about it? How can I be there for you? How can I make that easier for you? Do I need to go talk to somebody? You know, that's completely fine. And I think engaging young people internationally is such a gift. Isabel, my old project officer from when I was on the Canadian Commission for UNESCO's Youth Advisory is here, and having people in your corner that said, you can do this, let's do this, and really pushing you into those opportunities. And then I know for myself how I got started in international work is that I was failing college. I was way too cool for school, and I hated English. And my academic advisor went, you either need to get your grades up or you need to go, because you're this close to academic probation. And I went, oh, I don't even know what that means. And they're like, here you go. Here's an international internship. See you later. It was a fully funded project by Global Affairs Canada, and we're running it again, super cool. And then from there, really having that experience to go to another place and learn from folks that are completely different, outside my comfort zone, super interesting, and also a little bit of a place to heal, too. Because I really do think international work can be healing work, because of the perspective of gathering with other Indigenous people globally is so special, and it's something that we've been doing for so many generations, and that we need to continue doing it, and we need to find more creative ways of doing it outside of the consistent multilateral decision-making spaces, because what we have together in our relationships is really special.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Sunshine, I'm wondering if you have a perspective on how to best engage with youth.
Yeah. I also want to touch a little bit on like the Indigenous traditions and rooted partnerships part too, because the core of climate action is Indigenous traditions, science, and ways of knowing. that's not always acknowledged, especially on the policy level. When we're talking about climate action, and then we talk about like ending extraction, going back to the land, those are all indigenous sciences and ways of knowing. I also want to highlight like the youth engagement and community parts. Indigenous youth-led organizations have created communities for youth to fully thrive in not just the climate sector, but all sectors. And I don't think that's fully acknowledged. It's definitely not acknowledged in the ways of funding. So if you want to engage youth, pay them. If you were to read my bio, I have several titles, and I'm only paid for one. Everything else is volunteer. And I do it because I really enjoy working, but the world is burning, to say lightly, and I found a way to use my brain to try and end that, hopefully. But if you want to engage with youth, like, yes, the money part, it's money right now. Youth need money. We are trying to survive in a world that is going through inflation, that is going through a housing crisis, that is going through so much. On top of that, they are leading the climate action movement. They are starting organizations with little to no funding, and they are being loud. And I think that needs to be shown, like, we see what you're doing, we appreciate that work, with a check. I'm going to say that lightly. But we're doing it because we love the work. No, we love the work. We want to see our world grow and become what our grandparents told us. And I think we will get to the place, just we're not there yet.
Yeah, we still have some ways to go for sure. I do want to thank you, all three of you, for the wonderful perspective. And I'm wondering, from all the knowledge that we have shared yesterday and this morning, I'm wondering if there's a call to action that you would like to deliver or that you would like to speak today to us, and how we can best implement the 2030 agenda, knowing that we're halfway through, you know, the agenda already, and there's 6 years left. So we need to put the accelerator on so that we reach those goals. So wondering if there's a call to action that you want to bring forward today, so that we can rally on those. Any one of you?
I can start. Well, I think there's an easy one. Oh my goodness. Sorry, this is breaking things. So again, another easy one. It's literally created step by step, sector by sector, and that is the Truth and Reconciliation's calls to action. There are tangible ways that we can all leave the room today and go back to our communities and our organizations and implement some of those. There are also the missing and murdered Indigenous women's calls to justice, you know, and those two set of recommendations or requirements for us to you know, begin moving in the right direction, I think have kind of fallen off the radar a little bit, but I think we need to go back and take a look at those and look at the articles of UNDRIP. Like, there are mechanisms, there are pieces of advice for us to take and to put into action. They're not just documents that sit on our shelves or on our desktop, although sometimes, you know, they just live there for a while, but I think those are some really easy ones. I think as we're sitting here today working together, just, yeah, always thinking about, like, who's not in the room and what are those perspectives that we don't always hear from, you know, and how do we include everyone in this work? Because that's the thing, right? It's in being inclusive of hearing all of the perspectives, even the ones that we don't necessarily agree with, because that is an inclusive environment still. you know, and those are the folks, sometimes the ones that challenge us most, that can teach us the most effective pathways, right? Like when I come into someone and I'm like, I work in the energy and climate space as well, like Sunshine, and one of the biggest things is like, I get so frustrated. I'm like, oh my God, you don't agree with me? Why? Like, you don't get it? You don't see it? It's right there. It's so clear. But then I'm like, okay, they don't have the same lived experience as me, and that's okay. You know, one of my good friends, she says, she talks about this theory of economic hostages, in how this mission to move forward, like economically, we are held hostage in ways that sometimes we're not aware of, sometimes we are very aware of. But these are ways that our communities kind of get shifted and guided. And it's led sometimes by, where I'm from, by industry. And, you know, there are ways that we need to work with the realities of our communities and the realities of informed consent. And I think when we're talking about sustainable development goals and UNDRIP, like, we need to bring up free, prior, informed consent, right? And that is one of the other calls to action that I'll say, and then I'm gonna stop, but is FPIC, understanding where that fits into everything that we're doing. Because that, like, encompasses some serious action items for people to consider on you know, both sides of the coin, the ones that agree with you and the ones that don't, and the ones that are kind of in between, you know, the 60, the 20, 60, 20 rule, whatever it is. But looking at informed consent, right? Because that plays into that whole economic hostage thing, is like, because this concept, this puzzle that we're trying to piece together with sustainable development, we need to truly understand all of the components of what we're trying to do. Because for us, our priority is to drive forward climate action to save the earth. But we can't forget about poverty. We can't forget about women's rights, gender rights. All of these interlinked things that we cannot forget. And I think FPIC is actually a very key component in truly, like, bringing people along. Because without informed consent, like, truly, what are we doing but the status quo of oppressive structures that have got us here? Thank you.
Thank you. Wondering if Sunshine or Caitlin have a call to action that you would like to take us away with.
Yeah. I don't know if it's necessarily like a call to action, but I would like to, like, speak to the young people in the room, and hopefully the former youth can also take something from this as well. Because we are navigating a world as young people, and sometimes that can feel very lonely. I know I feel alone a lot, so hopefully this helps a little bit. I like writing, and when you were this conversation came up, I have, like, in my notes, I have my little things I write. I love this word. Be delusional, do it scared, and know that it's okay. We live in a scary world, and from that we crave what's comfortable, what's safe. It's okay to enjoy life fully, to fully experience this beautiful world. You and so many people are working hard to make this world a better place. That doesn't mean you can't take a breath, explore, and laugh. This is the era of young people being at the table, being in the room, and demanding to be heard. I lost where I was at. The work we do, the tables and rooms we sit at, the world we live in, it is terrifying, it is scary, but stay curious. Lean into that feeling and do it scared. Apply for that application, ask for the job, get on the plane. Don't let the fear of what if stop you from experiencing a beautiful life. Lastly, I get asked all the time how I can do the work that I do. It's delusion. I have experienced some of the worst days of my life already as a young person. From watching my community burn down, from being displaced, from losing my father. And I bet most of you have also experienced some of your worst days. Trusting the universe is hard, but be delusional enough to think that something good is coming. Thank you.
That's beautiful, very poetic, beautiful. Thank you. Caitlin.
Okie dokie. I think my call to action is going outside your organizational comfort zone and partner with folks that you don't think you're going to partner with, like the international development sector. And because we always know that we're good at the local to global. We're really good, and a lot of people can learn from us, and we can learn from them. And removing all of my titles, everybody close their eyes for a second, and I'm going to say vote, 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 vote. Be civically engaged. Teach your loved ones to be civically engaged. And just, if today was a hard day and everything, but tomorrow you can just do your best.
Yeah, vote is a good thing. Absolutely, yeah. I do want to thank each and every one of you for sharing your perspective with us this morning. I think it's really important, and I'm going to take away lots of wonderful things. And as I've mentioned before, I lead the Sustainable Development Goals Unit, and we've committed to reporting annually on how we're doing as a whole of society in advancing the 2030 agenda. And we're going to take that knowledge and bring it back so that we're able to report back on how we're doing and what we could do better as a society. So I think it's really important, and I invite each and every one of you to bring your perspective to the table. We have an online consultation that is available for individuals or organizations. If you want to bring your perspective forward, you can just Google us, Canada SDGs, and you'll see our online component on there. So I invite you to do that. I'd say let us carry forward with the lessons that we've learned today, committing ourselves genuinely to the collaboration that we need to do. We know that the journey towards the 2030 agenda is going to be a rocky one. And we're already thinking about what's going to be next. Because 7 years, 6 years now, might seem like a long time, but it is not in government years and in society years as well. A generation is 25 years, so it's very short. So amplify the voices of Indigenous youth and amplify the voices that you bring forward today. I think gatherings such as this one is so important, and we're certainly looking forward to all the insights that we're sharing today. And I do want to thank each and every one of you, and want to give a big round of applause to Caitlin, Sunshine, and Robin. Thank you. Thank you. Yay. That's great. And I think we have time for some questions, right?
And thank you, Mercedes. Oh, I don't know if this one's on. We good? No. There we go. Thank you, Mercedes, for handling that conversation. Lovely, lovely to hear. Very inspiring. So we do have time for some comments and some questions. So Rebecca and Caitlin are in the room with microphones. All you need to do if you have a question or a comment is just raise your hand nice and high. Okay, Rebecca's going to start at the back.
Hello, my name is Hank Rowlandson. I'm the chair of the Métis Nation of Ontario, and this is more towards the government people that are in the room. We talk about the plastics treaty. I don't know if any of you have gone to a grocery store, but everything you buy is wrapped in plastic. But yet then you got to pay 33 cents for a bag that's not plastic to put all that plastic in. If, you talk about where we go, where do we start from here? I was always taught to do things right or do them again. It's nice to have a policy that says that we're not going to have plastic bags or plastic straws. I'll give you an example. Last night I ordered takeout food. Came in a plastic container. the wooden fork and the wooden knife was wrapped in plastic. I sit on the Great Lakes Advisory Committee here in Ontario with regards to the microplastics that are in our waters. Open up a can of tuna. There are microplastics in that can of tuna. So if we're going to look at doing something with regards to plastics, I think that's a good start. Let's eliminate plastics altogether so that they don't end up in our waters and in our oceans, because it's killing it's killing the water. It's killing the fish in the water. It's causing cancers, and eventually it gets back onto our dinner plate. So, yeah, it's great to say you got to buy a 33-cent bag because it's not plastic, but all the stuff that's in that 33-cent bag is plastic. So if we're going to do it, let's eliminate it. Let's get rid of it. And that's one issue with regard to climate change that we've done and we've done right. So for the youth, you know, you talk about international and global issues. These are some of the things that we really, really have to start looking at fixing. Not just a Band-Aid, but actually do the work and get it done and done right. Thank you.
Thank you. I did see another hand up here. Yeah. Oh, you've got a microphone already.
Hi, Sunshine. My name's Ty, and I'm the provincial women's representative at the Métis Nation of Alberta. But in my past life, I was an actor, and I actually spent a lot of summers in your community in Lytton doing plays.
That's so cool.
With Savage Society. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I was a bird one year. I was a coyote another year. But I wanted to start out by saying my heart goes out to you, and I love your people. I love your people a lot, and I love your community, and I loved Lytton as well. And what happened, you know better than I do, but I'm still connected to a lot of people from there. Kevin Loring's from there, and he's actually the artistic director of the National Arts Centre down the road, but I think, from my perspective, what happened in Lytton is a terrifying case study of what could happen to a lot of Indigenous communities in Canada. So, a lot of rural communities. And I was wondering if you could just, if it's okay, if you could tell us more about how current emergency management systems have failed Lytton.
Ooh. So I just learned the term emergency management like roughly 8 months ago. I do know a little bit about, like, thinking back to Lytton, I wasn't evacuated until like 36 hours after the fire because I lived in a part of the community that wasn't in danger. But we had no power. We had no cell service. I didn't know if my other family, my mom and my brothers and sisters were okay. We heard that they were evacuated to a nearby community, which took them in because the provincial government hadn't stepped in yet. It was very slow. And again, it's because of that lack of communication with no cell service, no electricity. No one really knew what was going on. And we're a rural community. We don't have the capacity, and I speak with other people now who have gone through the similar things, because unfortunately, like last year was the worst fire season in Canada. We had basically a whole province evacuated. That is a northern territory. Northern territory that is filled with rural and remote communities. And again, I heard similar things. They had little provincial help, territorial help. I get those backwards. And it's because we're rural and remote. We don't get the funding that urban and cities do. We don't get the capacity. We don't have the capacity because we have less than 10,000 people, and like technical parts, apparently that means less money, less help. yeah, I don't know a lot about emergency management. There's a panel later today that I highly recommend going to. I have 2 friends on it.
Good one, good one. Yeah.
I definitely don't like what we experienced in northern Saskatchewan was nothing like Lytton, but I can share a little bit from my perspective. I actually worked with the emergency management team for a little while in our community, like during COVID. That was an interesting one. And it was, as Sunshine stated, like it was a lot of barriers from provincial government to act quick enough for communities. And same thing happened with our evacuations this past summer. Isle of Cross was evacuated for about 2 to 3 weeks, and it was, yeah, again, very much a matter of, so, okay, everybody understands why Jordan's Principle was created, right? So a little boy lost his life because it got caught up in jurisdiction and in, like, policy, essentially. And same thing goes with emergency management. I think we need to focus on communities understanding what works for them and how that, like how we can see this all through, because our communities were prepared for this. I think somebody talked about this earlier, but like our knowledge keepers foretold this. And I know that sounds like a legend of the fall, but legitimately, our knowledge keepers told us there was going to be a ridiculous level of fires this spring, and how many people took that serious enough? Not enough, but who actually stepped in was the Métis Nation, and you know, that was supported by government, but it was awesome to see like how communities really work together and how those action plans and those understandings of what was gonna happen were already realized. We just had to wait for it all to kind of flow. So yeah, I think it is an issue of sovereignty and of understanding Indigenous roles in emergency preparedness, because we have been experience adaptation, the issues or the outcomes of adaptation for a very long time. We're prepared. So I think it's like helping people along and government preparing further ahead of time, because as you saw in the news this week, I'm sure fire season now starts in February, not in March. That is real.
Thank you. Okay, we have another question.
Hello, my name is Kate, and I'm a youngish person, and I want to, mostly I want to say a big merci, merci, merci for being up there and for doing the work that you're doing and for allowing us to hear your voices. Some days doing this work is really, really hard. Any work related to the realities that we're facing, any work is really, really hard. And just hearing what I heard you say of sometimes all we need is a soft place to land. And to do that, sometimes that allows us to keep fulfilling our responsibilities and our work. And without that, it becomes nearly impossible. So I want to echo that I've heard that, as well as be delusional and do it scared. Marcy, marcy, marcy. And just to pass it back, I wonder if you could say a few words about sort of the legwork of encouraging intergenerational leadership and the ways of doing that in order to move us forward with doing this in a good way. Merci.
Who would like to take that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can start with that. I don't have the honor or privilege to work with like the elders in my community. There's a very big disconnect there, but I've had the privilege to like really connect and work with elders and grown-ups outside of my community, and been taken into spaces where they are safe. And so like from my perspective, it's really finding where you feel safe enough to really connect with people. And like in my case, that's outside of my community. Yeah, I think Hopefully that answered your question. I didn't fully know how to answer that.
I can back you up. Don't worry. Also, like structurally within our organization, we ensure that we pay the elders like a retainer to do the work with our young people in the various communities. And so also the young people are exposed to elders that are from Nunavut, from Saskatchewan, from different parts of BC to aid in the nation building. Which is very exciting and very cool, as well as our overseas partners. Like we invite Ugandan elders, Zambian elders, Tanzanian elders, because we know that the intergenerational links transcends borders, right? Very much so. And we want to be able to provide the infrastructure and the sustainability for our elders nationally and globally to be able to participate in these kinds of conversations as well, and also just to meet each other. It's so precious, right? A couple years ago, well, pre-COVID time, we took our organizational elder, her name is Shirley, I love her to pieces. We were able to bring her to Zambia and meet with our Zambian staff and the Zambian elders that we work with and the communities that we work with. And she still talks about it like 6 years later, like it was the highlight of everything. And very special experience, and more of our elders and our young ones need to travel more together, right? And we just have to be mindful and agile when it comes to coordinating those kinds of gatherings.
Thank you. Yeah, we have time for probably 2 more questions. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, my name is Rainey Gravel, Executive Senator for the Métis Nation of Ontario. And what I want to speak on a little bit is about man's way, thinking sometimes that they're smarter than the Creator. And what they do is they raise their animals and fill them full of hormones and all kinds of different things. And they raise farm fresh fish, and they give them all kinds of antibiotics, and they take water and put them in plastic bottles, and they do all of these things. And in the end, they find out that it's not working out for them. So what they do is they turn around and go back and made it the way the Creator made it in the first place, and then they charge you for it, and they call it organic. And that's only the way the Creator made it in the first place. We know what's good for us. We, as Indigenous people, have the very best of food because where we gather our food, hopefully it's not too polluted yet. But if they continue on with the nonsense that they're doing now with all the spraying and everything else, we also are going to get into more and more trouble. We have to stop it. And each one of us is responsible to play a part in stopping what people are thinking they're doing is good for us when it's not good for us. It's detrimental to us, detrimental to our families, to everyone. So I just wanted to comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other questions? We have a hand up. Caitlin over here.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Melanie Walker. I'm with Métis Nation British Columbia. My question isn't about the SDGs, but I hope you'll still find it a good question. As a director, I'm consistently a hiring manager, and I oversee 2 growing ministries for MNBC. So I'm constantly trying to find the best ways to engage with youth who are looking for work. So I would love to ask you any tips on engaging youth for someone who is hiring, and also when we're writing job descriptions and advocating for salaries, any tips around that as well, because things are constantly moving and changing, and we want to be competitive and bring in the best. So anything around that to ensure we are engaging youth, hiring youth, what tips do you have there? Thank you.
Great question. Who would like to take that?
Yeah.
I can hop in. So I did recruitment for a college for quite a few years, and one of the biggest things was like, okay, we can get the word out there, people can apply, people can show up. But what is the environment like? What is it like to be there? And I was sharing with someone recently an experience I had once at an organization, at a company. I'm just gonna say this, but it was an extraction company. But I got there as a young person, and the HR manager literally sat me down and said, welcome, here's your onboarding package, this is great. Just so you know, you're in a place that's 95% men, and as a young woman, I need you to be prepared that people are gonna say and try to do things that are gonna make you very uncomfortable. But that's what this is. That's this environment. She was about, I'd say like 70 years old. And in retrospect, like now, like I'm 10 years older than that. And now I'm mortified by that. Like you all were like, what? Like that's the response that should heed, right? But back then I was like, oh, okay. Okay. I didn't really know how to react. But that environment was the most unsafe. She was right, by the way. She was not wrong. So she did not mislead me. But to bring people knowingly into unsafe environments that are not built for them, that are not safe for them, that number one, that is like the extreme. I've heard wonderful things about M&A, by the way. But young people are really, I think, seeking these spaces that make them feel safe and make them feel heard. And I think that is one of the most important things, is creating these environments that, are very inclusive and understanding of people's different perspectives. There are so much especially as young people turn on their phones, they look at the news. It's just a reel of trauma. It's a reel of hardship. It's a reel of struggle. And people escape with work very often nowadays, right? When you get into the rat race of things, you get to escape the reality that when you go back to your community, your kin are struggling with addictions, your kin are, having their own problems finding employment. So we need to create a place that allows people to feel safe, but to feel like they can expand their mind, feel like they can dream, and be open to hearing that and finding a space for that. Because if you want to implement innovation practices, hire a young person and struggle, because there's learning curves, and not always, and I'm not trying to say working with young people is awful, it's amazing, but you're going to be challenged, because it's going to challenge the way that things have been done historically. That's easy. It's easy to do the same thing, but it's hard to exist and change, right? One of my cookums taught me this. Put your hands together. You feel that? What is that? Friction. That's heat. And in the Western world of science, they call that enthalpy, right? Change. The little triangle, change. Without friction, without heat, you can't have change. So you need to be open to that. You need to be open to feeling uncomfortable, because young people going into spaces that's unknown are always uncomfortable. So let's make it like a good place to be for everyone.
Thank you. Well, do you want to make a comment? Sure, of course.
Oh, it's okay. I can find you later. I have ideas.
That's great.
Okay, well, that takes us to our time for break. So before we go, I want to thank Mercedes for helping us through this conversation, for Jordan, Caitlin, and Sunshine. Thank you so much for being such an insightful and inspiring panel. Maybe we can give them one last round of applause.
Yay.
I'm sure you're going to get bombarded with questions afterward when you go back into the audience, so thank you very much. And thank you all for paying such close attention and for such thoughtful questions. We do have time for a 15-minute bio break now, and we will be reconvening back here at 10:45 in the main room. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies.
Hey folks, we're going to reconvene here in 2 minutes. So if you can get your refreshments and return to your table, we're going to reconvene with our panel discussion in 2 minutes. All right, folks, we are going to get started, resume our program. I would invite you all to come back. I think the folks out in the hallway can hear me. Hey, folks out in the hallway, come on back. Can you advance to the next slide just by hitting the green arrow? Okay, so welcome back. This is what I love as as the day progresses and we get to know each other better, our breaks start taking longer and longer because we're talking and connecting with so many people. So I hate to cut that short, but I would like to welcome you back. We are going to get started with our second panel of the day, and hopefully we have everybody here in this main room with us. So the panel that we're about to begin is on biodiversity, environment, and sustainable development. This panel will bring together Indigenous leaders, environmental experts, and global advocates, aiming to bridge the contributions of Indigenous communities to environmental actions with the United Nations SDGs. This session will highlight the connections of Indigenous knowledge, holistic stewardship, and collaborative action that Indigenous people offer in the pursuit of a sustainable future. That's a lot. This is a big one. This is a big one. I would like to invite our panelists up to the front of the room. We are going to have a virtual address by Minister Stephen Guilbeault, but here present in the room today that I would invite to the front is Ramson Carmouchou, Jen Pellepew, Susanna Israelson, and Jessis Kartz. If you could come to the front and join us on the panel, we would love to have you. And in terms of how we're going to be running this panel, similarly, we have some questions designed, and we'll be hearing from our panelists. And in about the last 15 to 20 minutes, we would like to open the floor to your comments and your questions. So if you hear things that are inspiring you, are leaving you with questions and curiosities or comments that you'd like to highlight, please remember to write those down, and we'll get you a microphone during the Q&A. Sound good? All right. Everybody getting comfy? Wonderful. Well, I would like to turn it over to our panelists and ask each of you to introduce yourself to the audience this morning. Who would like to begin? We didn't plan this part, so it's kind of just intuitive. Who would like to go first?
Yes, I can. Good morning, Antasopa Eserian. It's my Maasai greetings. My name is Ramson Carmouchou. I come from Kenya, an indigenous Maasai. It's really a privilege to be here. Thank you for the welcome. From the Maasai perspective, and being here at the global level, it's really such a big journey and milestone to come and talk to people I call brothers and sisters from indigenous communities. And where I work, I am a founder of a very new and young organization known as Mikia. Mikia is an indigenous Maasai word that means don't take me away. So this one is the knowledge, the indigenous people's knowledge, that's talking to the indigenous people's leaders or knowledge holders to leave the knowledge with us as they, of course, join our ancestors. And this is something that I find our indigenous knowledge is very inclusive, and in all approaches that I think it's going to be the solution for the challenges that we are facing on Earth. Prior to founding this organization, I've been working in different other places, and I have worked in also another local non-government organization where I have worked as a research coordinator or different position to a research manager. documenting a lot of challenges that people face, and which has always pushed me to start doing new things or new projects that bring evidence on what challenges we are facing as indigenous peoples, and not only challenges, but also trying to bring out solutions on so many other challenges that we are facing, such as human-wildlife conflict, environmental changes, and things like that. And I am also part of the international negotiation team on Convention on Biological Diversity, where, of course, we are also talking about indigenous issues and biodiversity protection and conservation, trying to put all our language and also trying to negotiate on resource mobilization, where we need resources to come to the ground, to the indigenous peoples that have been custodians of biodiversity. And in that too, I sit as one of the advisory members of the Resource Mobilization Committee for the Cumin Montreal GBF, which has been happening, like a lot of meetings have been taking place, and to report to the SBI in Nairobi. So that's me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And welcome. Who would like to go next?
Hello. Yeah, it's on? Okay, good. Puedes, puede pedir, which means hello, good day, in my native language, which is Sami. My name is Susanna. I come from the Sami people. Not sure if you all know about my people. We are people residing in what is today 4 countries, which is the northern parts of Norway, Sweden, Finland, and the Kola Peninsula in Russia. We are currently the only recognized indigenous peoples within the European Union. And you might know about this person, a very famous Sami, the first chair of the United Nations Permanent Forum for Indigenous Issues was the Honorable Ole Henrik Magga, Sami from northern Norway. So I work as an advisor at the Arctic and Environmental Unit at the Sami Council. The Sami Council is a pan-Sami organization, which is a cooperation between our 9 member organizations from each of the 4 countries where Sami reside. And we were established in 1956. So yes, I am born and raised in Swedish Sápmi, in the northern part of Sweden, in a small town called Värtir in my language. I come from a family of reindeer herders, so the reindeer husbandry is something that is very close to my heart. And I see so many similarities with other indigenous peoples, pastoralists, and the relation to caribou as well. So yes, that's short about me. I have a background in political science, and before I started my work at the Sami Council, I was also involved in the Sami youth politics. I was the union secretary and also later vice president of the Sami youth organization in Swedish Sápmi, where I met many of the people who are now my colleagues today, both Sami but also brothers and sisters from all around the world. Sami Council, we are working in many fields internationally. My portfolio is the UN Climate Convention, so it's climate and environment, but I also do our climate work within the Arctic Council. And the Arctic Council is an intergovernmental body consisting of the 8 Arctic states, but also the permanent participants. And this is a category of indigenous peoples organizations who who sit at the table together with the Arctic states in the work of the Council. So, yeah, I think that's short about me. So thank you, Gito.
Thank you.
They're harder to grab out of here than they look. Thank you for sharing. Hi, everyone. Good morning, Tansei. My name is Jen Pelupiu. I am here from the Métis Nation of Alberta. I work in our Environment and Climate Change Department as the Policy Engagement Manager. A very long title for what really means is that I get to connect with our Métis people in Alberta and listen to their stories about what they do on the land and how they're experiencing changes on the land and in the waters in that area. A bit about me, I spent a lot of my, most of my 20s studying Western science. So I did 2 undergrad degrees and then got a master's degree. Very expensive pieces of paper that now hang on my mom's wall at her house. So I do have a Master's of Climate Change, Impacts, Adaptation, and Mitigation from the University of Copenhagen. And so got to learn all of kind of what's going on in the Western world when it comes to climate change. Then bringing that back into Alberta and where I get to work is now I get to take all of that knowledge and I get to mix it with the stories that I hear from our people and bring that information and that braiding to places like this and to government spaces and get to share those stories and hopefully bring those voices with me everywhere I go. Do you want this one?
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jessis Karst. I work for the Métis National Council. I'm the Biodiversity Policy Advisor. Anything with species or water and some international work I get to do, so it's a fun portfolio. I'm based out of Regina. I'm a Métis citizen with Métis Nation Saskatchewan, and it's a Métis on my mom's side from the Qu'Appelle Valley in Saskatchewan. Before this, I've been with MNC for a year and a half, and before that I don't know, it was like 15, 20 years of field biologist. So I worked for the province for about 15 years, and before that I did some work with an NGO and then some in the federal government as well, and everything from water quality to species at risk like sage grouse, caribou, and also game species, moose and deer and so on. So yeah, that's me.
Wonderful, thank you. Thank you for your introductions. We'll get started with the questions. And, you know, these questions aren't targeted to one person. So let's ask the question, and if you feel compelled to pick up the microphone, please do. The first question is actually in 2 parts. What challenges do Indigenous peoples face in promoting biodiversity conservation? That's the first part. I'll say that once more. What challenges do Indigenous peoples face in promoting biodiversity conservation? And the second part of the question is, how can collaborative efforts address these challenges locally and globally? Whoever's feeling compelled, please.
Maybe not in a line, but I can try. As Indigenous peoples globally, of course, we are facing almost similar challenges, but we also have some challenges that might be area-specific on where we come from and also the things we do. But a few challenges that cut across, or one challenge is really climate change. There is no question everyone is being affected by this. And in my own community, of course, we're experiencing this a lot because we are pastoralists. If you know, we are livestock keepers, and we rely more on biodiversity. Biodiversity is a source of our livelihood, in that it's food for our livestock, and livestock becomes a source of our livelihood. So when biodiversity is threatened, of course, by climate change, it threatens our livelihood directly. And it threatens in a very simple way, actually, that people do not always think about. We use our knowledge to manage natural resources. And the way we manage natural resources is due to rain patterns and also the dry seasons. So we know where we are at what different time of the year. But of course, due to prolonged droughts, there is no rainy season. We deplete our natural resources before the rain comes, and that's a very, very big impact. So that's one. The other thing is, of course, we have insecurity in terms of land tenure systems. We are not secured. We do not have our lands, and I think that's a problem with all over the world in all indigenous peoples that we know. And I think that's also a big challenge because it does not give you room to manage your natural resources. You manage it, but the government is giving away that resource to a different other person or a different other interest. So we have competing land use plans that are coming in because we do not own or manage those those lands. And then the other thing, of course, is conflict of our resources. We have natural resources that when I look at it on our side, we have communities that are doing better in terms of management of natural resources. Others are not doing it. So when they have no natural resources, they go over to other communities without respecting their rules, and it also erupts a lot of conflicts. And the other challenge, I want to go fast so that I can also give some people to talk about it, is human-wildlife conflicts. We live with wildlife, and of course we have our own knowledge that has been existing with us so many years, but we have a lot of top-down approaches in terms of how to address these human-wildlife conflicts, and the scientific methods are not really so sustainable in our areas, I can say, and I can give a lot of evidences, but maybe this is not the time to. But I mean, those human-wildlife conflicts are also threatening like our spaces with wildlife, and we feel like some people are owning wildlife. The government is owning wildlife more, so we always feel like if you're owning them, you're not allowing us to manage the way we have been managing. Why don't you take it away and leave us in our land for peace? Because sometimes, anyway, we feel so threatened. We own them, but we sometimes face a lot of criminalization in terms of how this is happening. It's not us doing it. And then there is also top-down management of natural resources, which is also fragmenting communities. We have our own cultural leadership and cultural governance that has been working over the years for many years, but now any of that is not working because everyone is coming in and create a committee to manage water, another one is coming with another committee to manage a forest. So communities are not, the cultural governance system is not working anymore. And then we also have exclusion, of course. We know all the things that are happening. No one is including indigenous peoples in the strategic development of designing and execution of community, like addressing community challenges. So a top-down approach of doing like, of solving community challenges is solving challenges that are from the offices, but not the challenges we have on the ground. Maybe just to try. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to speak?
So the challenges that we currently are facing in Sapmi is, of course, something that we have in common with Indigenous peoples all over the world, which is the lack of self-determination and to determine our social, culture, and economic development, but also human rights violations on the ground. Sapmi is, at the moment, Sapmi is the name of our region, the area where we reside across the 4 countries. Sapmi is at the moment in the middle of the EU's plan for a green transition. We call it the so-called green transition. It's a new wave of industrialization And in my area, in the north of Sweden, they call it the new industrial boom. So we are facing huge mining projects, the quest for raw minerals and rare minerals in our areas. Big companies coming for the natural resources in our lands, but also huge wind industries, heavy forestry for biofuels, all placed on our lands, most often without our consent. And like I mentioned, this creates human rights violations on the ground. And we also have, I do not want to use the word famous, but we have a big court case in Norway where two reindeer herding districts actually got their rights recognized by the Supreme Court of Norway, which due to this, I think it's probably Norway's biggest land-based wind industry park. And the Supreme Court found that the permit for the establishment of this wind park is in fact illegal, because it violates the rights of the Sami reindeer herding communities, according to Article 7 of the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights. The wind industry park is still standing, and I think we are into 800-something days since the verdict from the Supreme Court. So yes, that are some of the situations that we are facing. And it's interesting also because IPCC, the International Panel of Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, they concluded in 2014 that protecting grazing lands would be the most important adaptation measure for reindeer herders under climate change. But Sami reindeer herding communities, we still face strong barriers to protect our rights and halting further degradation of reindeer pastures. And the developments that we see now, I see this huge, I think discrepancy is the right English word. English is my third language, so apologies if it's not correct. But I see this big discrepancy between mitigating climate change and protecting biodiversity. We see that the actions undertaken now for mitigating climate change, of course, that is something we have to do, but the actions undertaken in Sápmi is resulting in destruction of more lands and healthy ecosystems in the name of climate mitigation, but also for the big industries, the quest for minerals. Yeah, that is something that we see. And IPCC also, in their latest assessment that came out in 2022, for the first time addressed that patterns of historical and ongoing colonialism in relation to climate change are factors that exacerbate indigenous peoples' vulnerability to climate change. And that is so clear in Sápmi. Climate change in the Arctic is, what's the word in English? It's going three to four times faster than the global average. So climate change in the Arctic is severe, and we face the impacts of that every day. And still, we have this new burden that we have to tackle, the response measures from the government to mitigate climate change, which is also destroying our lands and biodiversity and our efforts to protect our lands. And I also want to highlight this beautiful, or very, beautiful might not be the best word, but this quote from the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on Climate Change, from one of the reports that the Indigenous Peoples Caucus under the UNFCCC released in 2022. and it says, quote, "For Indigenous peoples, there's no difference where we are located, whether developed or developing countries. Our ways of life are threatened because our rights to our territories and resources are not secured or respected," end of quote. And yes, that is something that we have in common all over, and also in Sápmi and in Scandinavia. Yeah, I can finish there.
Thank you.
This was a difficult question. There are a lot of challenges, to be honest. It was like, do I write a list or do I didn't know really where to begin. So like most panelists and our youth this morning, taking a step back and looking at kind of what the bigger challenges when it comes to thinking about biodiversity conservation and climate change is where you're located. Like we were mentioning, there's different needs based on where you are for conservation and biodiversity protection. And yet we have these sweeping regulations, 20 by 20, 30 by 30, 50 by 50, 100 by 100, all these things that try to blanket a solution on all of these different places that have different needs. And when those solutions are blanketing these very different and diverse places, they're also often not taking into account the Indigenous voices from those places. So now we have sweeping solutions for very diverse areas based on knowledge not from people in those areas. So then how are those solutions going to work? So that's for me the biggest problem. And then on top of that, we have the constant need of Indigenous peoples needing to get in the room and advocate for their diverse needs, distinctions-based funding. And that's really difficult. That's a challenge, as we've also heard, and not just the climate change space, in most of these spaces that we have where there's a colonial structure and a patriarchal structure that's been setting up these systems. So while we're trying to figure out solutions that are coming from top down, we're ignoring the voices, the diverse voices of what's needed in those places. We need to get in those rooms and we need to be listened to. We need to listen to the people from those places that are on the ground. And then on top of that, we have the conversation of, is climate change even real? Like, how many times do I have to have this conversation? Sunshine may be a bracelet that says climate change is real, because I have to say this so much, right? It's constant challenges, and they're big challenges. The beautiful thing is then we can see that many Indigenous peoples have started creating their own solutions. These sweeping policies are often ignoring what we need. So then we're making decisions for ourselves. Some examples that I'm really proud of in my work, we have a 4.86 megawatt solar farm that just is up and running and generating power in Alberta. It's incredible. We have our own monitoring of lake fish and berries when our province wasn't looking at those things and taking that seriously. We're speaking to harvesters and listening and amplifying their voices from where they're from. And it's these local pieces and local solutions that are really going to start driving that change. So those grassroots solutions from our Indigenous peoples, many of them. So the challenges are great, but I think we are, because they're not, the solutions don't really affect us, they don't matter to us, they don't help us quite often. So instead we're making our own solutions, and those are the ones that are going to drive change.
Yeah, I found this question challenging as well when I first read it, and I first read it and took it a little different way when I was thinking about conservation, and I was thinking more of the kind of Western kind of concept of conservation, and so my initial thought was that the concept of conservation can be sometimes foreign to Indigenous people because it's really inherent and built into the culture. So a lot of the way Indigenous peoples live and are talking about their relations with the land and how they live on the land is just inherent in the way they live. So just like the concept of conservation. So that is a challenge if you're coming into communities where we're talking about conservation. I think getting kind of like the language and the definition could be challenging. Again, too, with the holistic view of Indigenous peoples, where it's air, land, water, all the relations living on the land and in the water and the air. So again, Western kind of conservation is focusing on certain elements of it, or looking at just not the interconnectedness of it. And so I think, again, there's that kind of disconnect between those concepts. When I do think about some of the challenges of on the ground, I think there is, in some communities, there's other things that are priorities at the moment, right? There's housing, health, mental health, food security, clean drinking water, and of course these are all connected to nature, but they're real priorities. And so again, the concept of conservation can take a back seat when you're trying to find clean water or food. The connection, like everyone has said, to climate change, when we're talking about the wildfires, droughts, or flooding, these are creating emergency situations, and they need to be dealt with immediately. And so again, the concept of conservation is going to take a back seat when you've lost your communities, or there's no water for your fish, or for drinking water and things like that. So I think these are real challenges, and they're not going to go away. And there's Indigenous peoples and the communities are usually the first to be impacted by climate change. They're the first ones to feel it. They are living with it. So it's, in my mind, it's all connected to nature. And when I'm saying nature, I'm talking about the land and the water and the air. But the immediate impacts on lives is real. So they can't think about conservation at that point. So that was my kind of take on some of the challenges on that concept.
Thank you. So the second question carries on from that, and some of you have already touched on this, but I'd like to hear more and hear the ideas grow a bit. The second question asks, should traditional knowledge and practices be incorporated into mainstream conservation efforts? And if so, how can we ensure recognition and support on a global scale?
When thinking about, when I saw this question and thinking about Sápmi, I have a few great examples from Sápmi that I would like to share, but also I think it's so frustrating to be in these international conversations about, we have all these buzzwords of that are not, like we talked about, that we cannot sometimes relate to, and we have nature-based solutions, and we have all of these ideas just, walking around the core issue, which is probably recognizing, respecting, and utilizing the knowledge of Indigenous peoples and our customary sustainable use, which is widely recognized by research at the moment, but not implemented due to the lack of political will. And we also know that while biodiversity is declining globally, the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services reported that biodiversity is declining less rapidly in lands and areas managed of Indigenous peoples, which is no surprise for us. But yes, the relationship that we have with our lands and territories is since time immemorial, and the way that we are the nurturers and the caretakers for our ecosystems says a lot. It says everything. So we play a critical role in conserving these healthy ecosystems, and we saw that recognition. I'm not covering the convention on the CBD convention at all, but we saw this a great step in the new Montreal Kunming Global Biodiversity Framework that finally recognizes the role of Indigenous peoples in conservation and the importance of land rights. But yes, using the knowledge of Indigenous peoples and the values that we have enhances conservation, restoration, and sustainable management of nature, and will contribute to address the combined challenges we have: climate change, food security, and biodiversity loss. And this is relevant for broader society. And I want to share a few examples and initiatives from SAPMI. We have this great project that I do not know enough about, but I really want to learn. A group that is buying and conserving forest in the Finnish side of Sapmi, and they have been very successful in protecting those areas. And we also have the very successful restoration of habitats in the Vanikei River in northern Finland, done by the Skolt-Sami, where the knowledge and observations of the Skolt-Sami has been centered in this work and process. And this is a community-led adaptation project that is also recognized in the latest assessment of the IPCC. So that is an amazing work. But we also have within Swedish Sapmi, where I reside, we have the UNESCO Laponia World Heritage Area. The Laponian area was inscribed in 1996 in the World Heritage List and is composed of 4 national parks and 2 nature reserves. And the unique part is the composition. Laponia Chutudus, which is the Sami name, established in 2012, is a participatory management system of the World Heritage, composed in its majority by Sami representatives. And it's established to be in charge of the management of the property and the implementation of the management plan that allows for the management of the area based on cultural and natural values. So Sami hold the chairship in its management board, where municipalities are also represented. And it functions by consensus decision making. And also adding to the central part, why Laponia became a World Heritage is due to the reindeer husbandry in the area that also has contributed to why the area is what it is. So this is a good way to do it, and this is what we talk about in all forests. We have to be effectively engaged, partner with Indigenous peoples, because you will see results. But it has to be done with a rights-based approach as the minimum standard, of course. And all actions must be based on the recognition of the individual and collective rights of Indigenous peoples. So, yeah, a long answer, I think, but yeah, I can hand it over to my colleagues.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe I can give a little trial on. First of all, I would say there is no question to ask, like if I try to go back to my mind if our indigenous knowledge is important or not. That's a straight answer that it's very important. And I will still continue to say it's the most inclusive knowledge we have. Out of all the knowledge systems we have in the world, inclusivity is only found in the indigenous knowledge, traditional knowledge systems. It is the knowledge that thinks about everything in totality, where we live, and that needs really to be thought about. Like we have to put a lot of thinking around it. And I think when I also look at the many discussions that are happening, both globally and nationally, there is recognition of this knowledge on papers, but there is really very little that's happening when it comes to like national governments taking initiative to do a lot of work around protecting this knowledge. But thanks to God also that we are all here and we are trying to take that mantle and do it for ourselves. And I think it's all our work that will contribute to the national and global level, because let's all try to document. For our own case, I tried to look at like just some simple aspects. I have 3 projects that I'm trying to run now on research, which is decolonizing human-wildlife conflicts. I've tried to look at the way human-wildlife conflict cases are being solved in my area. It's really too much scientific approach. And we have had a lot of knowledge in terms of how we control human-wildlife conflicts in our area. And all that is forgotten by science and the policymakers. And by doing so, we were trying to go back to the grassroots and ask elders, like, how do they always live in harmony with nature? How do they live in harmony with wild animals that are so dangerous? And we're finding very, very interesting ways that I even didn't know, like the way to, I knew some specific answers, such as how to control a conflict with an elephant, which is mostly around like the wind direction and things like that. But it's also challenging when you think about the wind direction and using the dust. There's also a complex issue when you think about the night. How do you see the dust at night? But they still had solutions. Using the saliva, putting the finger, raise it up, you'll know the direction of where the wind is coming from. And you know, that's the knowledge that's not found anywhere else. It's only found in people's heads, and those are indigenous peoples. There is also a way of controlling conflict with cats. There is a way how they know their habitats. They know. So there's a lot of knowledge in terms of understanding their landscape. And that's very critical. It's not found anywhere else in books. What we are finding in books is you get a blank, you shoot, you put it in fire, it bursts. Like, so what if the animals get used to it? You know, there are so many things that we have to think about it, and we have to go back to our communities and document this knowledge. Otherwise, it's going. And then the other thing that maybe just to mention is about zoonosis, because people talk about like the movement of diseases. We have seen a lot of very deadly diseases coming, including COVID, but we have more deadly diseases that have always existed within indigenous peoples, but we control them. An example is Ebola. When Ebola, for example, erupts here, maybe no one has the capacity to control it because you've never seen it. But in DRC, for example, people manage it. It always comes out and they say, now, avoid meat from this area. And they control it, they manage it until it goes down. They continue their life. No one is documenting that. But we are going for vaccines, we are going for so many other different things without thinking about like the indigenous people's knowledge and people who have such kind of experiences. Recently, we had a desert locust outbreak in the Horn of Africa. And we've seen a lot of chemicals coming from all over the world. But going back to the indigenous elders, I was talking with them, how did you control the upsurge of desert locusts in the past? We had them around 70 years ago. And they said, oh, you don't have to worry. Just wait until they start giving, like laying eggs, and then you burn them from there because they are not moving. You burn all of them. And that's not using chemicals. All the chemicals that have been used in the land now, we were trying to look at them, and they have a residue in the land for the next 10 years. And they have also affected our biodiversity. All the bees were done. They were all eradicated. They were source of livelihood also, source of honey. And you know, nothing in terms of that was really catered for. You are killing desert locust, but you went on like wiping a whole important other biodiversity, which is really very bad. But the elders, if you engage them, they had solutions on how you can control all this. So we have a lot of knowledge found in our community. We need to document it so that it can continue to serve us for the next generations. But I think it has to be, from the youth, we have a lot of challenge. I am a youth actually, but sometimes I feel very frustrated when I see all the youth are talking the issues of all youth of around the world, but not continuing the work that our elders have always tried to do in terms of self-determination. I think we need to be a bit unique and talk about our issues more.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, when I read this question, I was thinking about it, again, kind of a higher level. I don't think indigenous knowledge and the systems need to be integrated into, again, kind of Western templates. You know, we don't need to try to fit indigenous systems into a Western template of conservation. I think there can be common outcomes, and that there needs to be trust and respect that indigenous knowledge and culture will find the way to get there. And so really there just needs to be the support and the respect and the trust in that system. And yesterday I was able to catch a little bit of the health, and they used the term, one of the speakers used the term elevate, which I think is a great way to think about it. So just kind of elevate the indigenous knowledge to the same as kind of Western science, and you don't need to necessarily braid it or connect them even, right? Just respect and trust that the outcomes will be the same, and that it'll be beneficial to Mother Earth. I think indigenous knowledge is place-based and can be sacred. So it needs to be owned by the community, and how it's presented, shared, or used needs to be led by the community. Sometimes there is ceremony associated with cultural knowledge that does not need to be shared. And so again, there's a little bit of conflict that way when we think about the traditional kind of conservation or Western science. And for this, I think the indigenous peoples need to be included, obviously, in decisions, or I do put kind of air quotes around management of the land. I think kind of management of nature is kind of a weird concept, but and then again, this is just because of what has all been talked about here. It's just the connection to the land and the long history, like just the knowledge of that place and land really is important and unique for the indigenous peoples there, and so they really should be leading any kind of conservation or concepts like that. So yeah, that's all I have.
Thanks. Thanks, Jessis.
I have the short answer is yes. Of course, traditional knowledge should be incorporated into conservation, biodiversity protection. I also have a long answer for you. The long answer is that this is another challenge that we face, where, as you just mentioned, we're existing where conservation has been defined in a Western science world. And what type of conservation we need depends on where you are. It depends on who you talk to, what country you're in, all of these different things. So, you know, and what even is conservation, the definition of conservation? Is it keeping things the same? Is that just preservation? Is it taking something and changing it to be something else, which we maybe call restoration?
Is it taking something and not letting anything or anyone get close to it? Is that protection? And are these the same things here or in Alberta or in Kenya or in Sweden? And then who decides what this conservation looks like and why? And why is it always Western scientists and government officials that are very often not experienced in the land and in those places and the waters that they're creating policies for? I'm going to take you on a little journey right now. You're going to come with me on a sailboat. We're going to be at sea, and this was me in the summer, and I am very lucky and get to spend a week of my life on the water with a group of friends. And one of them brought one of their partners who's studying oceanography, a PhD at Harvard. And I said, wow, this must be so exciting. You're on a boat, you get to leave your studies, you must love being on the water. And she said, no, I've never been on a sailboat before. I've actually only been on a boat the last time I think I was 12. And I was shocked. And then she proceeded to tell me that most of the professors in her department have never spent more than a couple months on the water in their lives. This is Harvard. So the gold standard of what we know, is these places. Rarely spent time on the ocean studying oceanography. And these are the people that are writing papers that our policymakers are then taking that information and creating policies about the ocean that haven't been on the ocean. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. What about the people that are on the water every single day, that are out on the land every day, in the rivers? They're learning from their elders, from their friends, from the land itself. What about, the people that work on the land and work with the land? How come we aren't creating policies based on their stories and their knowledge? The people that have experienced all these things. So, I don't know about you, but if I'm trying to bake a cake, I'm not going to talk to the chemist that knows how baking soda works. I'm going to talk to my grandma, who's made 100 of the best cakes in the world. I'm going to talk to her, and she's going to tell me how to bake the cake. I think it gets lost when we're in these big upper places where we talk about government and policy, that it has to come from the people experiencing these things and the people that have this knowledge. And like you said, we have to elevate that. We have to bring that knowledge to the same value or more even, I'll challenge you, more valuable when we're creating policy and when we're making decisions about the people it affects. There is a huge disconnect right now between that. And I think that often we have people in these high-level positions that have always been there, and they're a little bit afraid to come down to the lower level and experience, the people on the land and in those places. They feel uncomfortable. As Jordan said before, you should feel uncomfortable. That's when we're going to have progress. Go and talk to those people. So I'll challenge you, if you're a policymaker, if you're work in government, to come down to that lower level. Spend time, good time, sharing stories, eat, have tea, coffee if you're me, and get to know the people and their stories, and then bring that back up, and then still pull from Harvard. They know what they're talking about, but bring in that other aspect of it. That's when you're actually going to start creating policies and regulations that are meaningful and won't just sit there and get changed or thrown away in 5 years when we have a next cycle of government. And what else does it look like? It looks like hiring Indigenous peoples. It looks like paying them for their time and their knowledge, not assuming that because we have all the answers that you are owed those answers. You're not. You need to be given them carefully, and you need to take them and respect the knowledge you're given. And we don't need another wave of colonialism coming in and stealing from us. And that's where I'm nervous we're going to get to a place with Indigenous knowledge with that. And so we need to have people at that upper level, our friends, our allies of Indigenous peoples, to bring that into every space you're in, because as an Indigenous person, it's hard to be in every room. like we were mentioning. So we need you as well when you're in those rooms to bring this up constantly and elevate that. And it's self-determination, it's distinctions-based funding. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, we did promise a Q&A, but before we get to the Q&A, we do have some words from Minister Stephen Guilbeault. They're going to sound like opening remarks because I was so excited to get to our panel that I blew right through the opening remarks piece. So are we okay to cue that up and to listen to that? Thank you very much. And then as soon as we hear from the minister, we'll be going straight to Q&A.
From the traditional unceded territory of the Anishinaabe-Algonquin Nation. J'ai le plaisir de m'adresser à vous à partir du territoire non cédé du peuple algonquin Anishinaabe. I want to thank the Métis National Council and all summit participants for bringing your expertise to the table today. It is crucial that we find ways to further support Indigenous agency, to make meaningful progress on biodiversity and sustainable development. The Sustainable Development Goals are especially important to the Métis Nation and all Indigenous peoples globally. In Canada, we know that First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities are disproportionately affected by climate change. They are more exposed to extreme weather conditions and emergencies due to flooding, drought, and forest fires, and the thawing of permafrost in the north. Last summer's wildfire season is a tragic example of this, and it had devastating impact across the country. Climate change and biodiversity loss also pose an existential threat to many Métis traditional food sources, with cascading impacts on Métis culture and well-being. So, what does it mean to leave no one behind? It means working to eliminate those inequalities. It means building partnership to address these critical environmental issues. It also means respecting the inherent and treaty rights of Indigenous peoples and empowering those who are playing a leadership role in advancing self-determined priorities. Indigenous peoples across the globe are making huge contributions to the 2030 agenda. In Canada, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities are paving the way for the clean energy transition. Right now, Indigenous peoples are partners or beneficiaries in nearly 20% of Canada's electricity infrastructure. Renewable energy projects on traditional Indigenous territory more than quadrupled from 2009 to 2020 in Canada. Some, like the Otipemisiwak Métis government's microgeneration solar project and the Soleil Paisan solar farm at Métis Crossing in Alberta, are capable of powering entire communities. Indigenous peoples are also key partners on biodiversity. They have a deep knowledge and understanding of how to steward the land and waters. And the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity recognizes their unique role in conserving life on Earth. For that reason, the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework calls on countries to respect Indigenous peoples' rights over lands, territories, resources, and traditional knowledge. Their work is essential to reach our collective goal of conserving 30% of the world's land and waters by 2030. That's why, through programs like Indigenous Guardians, the Government of Canada is helping hundreds of communities to protect their land, their traditional ways of life and harvesting, and the species that are important to their culture. Also, over the last few years, we've invested $341 million to support the establishment of Indigenous-led protected areas and other conservation measures. Supporting Indigenous self-determined climate action is critical, and you can count on Canada to continue to support it. Indigenous leadership and the rights are a cornerstone of Canada's climate plan. Canada's 2030 Agenda National Strategy recognizes Indigenous peoples' contribution to sustainable development, as well as their jurisdictions and distinctions. And we are very grateful to be working with the Métis Nation to advance their climate leadership agenda. Let's continue working together in the pursuit of sustainable future. Thank you all. I hope this is a meaningful and productive discussion.
Thank you. Okay, we have some time for questions for our panel. Caitlin and Rebecca have access to microphones, and you just need to raise your hand. We've got a question over, I think, Rebecca, towards you.
Tanse, my name is Ramsey. I want to give a big thanks to the whole panel for all your great words, but I also want to give a special thanks to Susanna because you kind of cleared up some weird feelings I've had these last couple of weeks, listening to a lot of people across Canada talking about solutions to climate change. I like how you talked about the impacts on like industrialization being introduced in your territory as a for purposes of climate mitigation, and that's kind of something I've struggled with these last couple of weeks. Is there is a huge focus on the industrial solutions to climate change, and there's not enough of a focus on the traditional solutions to climate change or cultural solutions. And that kind of made me realize government and industry have put a major focus or emphasized climate mitigation has focused on industrial solutions when it really needs to focus on traditional solutions. And that also kind of made me think about even just the word development itself. Because to me, that's kind of the whole root of this crisis we're in. We've overdeveloped, we've over-industrialized, and I was kind of thinking of words that are the opposite of development. And if you Google it, which I just did earlier, it's very bad words like degeneration or worsening, or a bunch of other bad words. And I think that's because capitalism is kind of built into the English language, and a better word for sustainable development might be rebalancing. And that has to do with some teachings I've been taught by my elders with fire specifically regarding this wildfire crisis we're in. I've been taught that there's 5 purposes of fire. I'm not going to get into all of them, but the last one is essentially if you do not respect the first 4 purposes, then the last one is destruction. And the purpose of that destruction is rebalancing, restoring that balance in our ecosystems, restoring that balance of how far we've gone with overdeveloping our society, and that is essentially the root cause of this whole climate crisis. So that's kind of the main point I wanted to make is even with the SDGs, number 9 is promote sustainable industrialization and foster innovation, but there's not an SDG specifically mentioning traditional or cultural or indigenous solutions to climate change. And I think that's a really important thing to notice with these SDGs. And I also want to give a big thanks to Ramson for sharing that story about fire being applied to the land to address the tick problem. As a firekeeper on my territory, that mentioning of good fire being used on land is really impactful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. We have time for one other question. Any hands up in the audience? Yes. We'll get you a microphone so everyone can hear you.
I promised myself I wouldn't talk, but I just a quick point. I really appreciated what everybody said so much. But one of the things that I was thinking is when we talk about biodiversity and protection of species, it's really important, and this is why Indigenous people are so important, because they're out on the land and out on the water, like you were saying, and they know not only how things interact with them, but very, very importantly, how plants and animals use and interact with each other. Because, again, often we come to Indigenous people and we want to know which species are important to you. They're all important to us because the ecosystem won't survive unless everything is protected. So that's just the thought I had.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Elder Veda. Well, that brings us to the end of our morning. I want to thank all the members of our panel. Thank all of you for sharing your stories with us, and for the audience for participating as well. We are at our lunch hour, so we do have an hour. We'll reconvene back in this main room at 1 o'clock. Lunch is served, so I urge you to stretch your body, connect with your fellow people, have some food, some fresh air if you have the time, and we'll see you back here in an hour. Thank you. Do you have a camera or a phone that you would like me to use? Oh? Or do you want to do one? Hello, everyone. I just wanted to give the room a 5-minute warning. We are going to be reconvening in a few moments, so if you want to finish up your meal or grab a tea and coffee, we'll get back here in about 2 or 3 minutes. Thanks. All right, folks. Going to just give you a little bit of direction for our first afternoon panel. Welcoming you back from lunch. Hopefully everyone had a chance to get some food, some refreshment, stretch your body, maybe get some fresh air outside. The sun has come out. That's nice. We are going to be moving into our panel in just a moment. But something that I wanted to mention that you may see, or you should see on your table, and that is a copy of a feedback form. So we have a few simple questions that we've put together on a feedback form. As you know, this is the first summit of its kind. And having some feedback from you folks as the first group would be incredibly valuable to us around, you know, how the format went, the venue, the facilitation, the panels. Any input that you can give us for future summits would be really, really appreciated. There's lots of different ways to run things like this. So if you have ideas on how to improve our process here, we would love to hear from you on that feedback form. So you can fill that out now. You can fill it out towards the end of the day. We'll give you a few moments at the end. And you can just leave your filled out feedback forms just turned face down on your tables, and we'll collect them later. Okay? So, moving into our afternoon panels, you have a choice. We are going to be holding 2 concurrent panels in about 2 minutes. In room 201, which is around the corner, we have emergency management and the SDGs. And in room 203, which is just in this hallway to our right, we have UNDRIP and the SDGs. So a tough choice. I'd like to split yourself in half so you can attend both of those conversations. But if you can make your way to one of those rooms now, we will be there to greet you. So looking forward to the discussion. And we end this session on a break. So we'll see you back in this room.
Okay, Gavin, angle in.
All right, are you ready? All right, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, see if they're good before everyone scatters.
That looks nice.
Oh, super on my game today.
Are my eyes closed?
No. Open. Everyone's eyes are. Wait. No, everyone's eyes are open. That was like wow. That's what happens when you get a good photographer.
I do what I can, yeah.
Exciting.
Yes. Yeah, Jesse.
Send it to Jen and Jen will send it to me. Awesome job. So
Mute, please.
I keep making the joke that like, because they keep pushing it back. And I'm turning 38 this year. I'm like, maybe next year I'll be a youth again. Because they'll push it to 40.
Yeah, well, just like.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to give you all a 2-minute callback warning. We are going to get started in our last panel discussion, so if you can get your tea, your coffee, or your banana bread or a carrot muffin, which are all delicious, and make your way back to your seats. We're going to just get started in 2 minutes. Rebecca, me, up here. Rebecca, would you mind going out into the general area and just announce that we're reconvening? Hello, everyone. I'm going to invite you back to your tables. We are going to reconvene and gather for our last panel of the day. You are good. I was just going to invite up our panelists. You guys beat me to it. Come on up and make yourselves comfortable. I'd like to welcome everyone back from break and welcome you to the last panel of our day here at the summit. I was lucky enough to facilitate one of the last panel discussions on the emergency management systems, which was a mind blower for anyone who was lucky enough to be in that room. What a wonderful conversation. And I heard from my colleague Caitlin that the other panel as well going on next door was equally as impactful. So it seems like some great discussions happening. So thank you to all of our panelists this afternoon and to all of you for making the conversation so engaging and meaningful. This is our last panel of the day. on enhanced participation in the SDGs. So a fitting sort of coming together summation of what we've all been here to talk about over these 2 days. I always liken these last discussions to, when we have thoughts and ideas, it's like sort of launching a bunch of helium balloons into a room with the strings hanging down. And these wonderful conversations at the end allow us to grab onto those strings and pull them together into something meaningful. And so my hope for this this conversation is to do that. We have 3 panelists with us. I'm going to let you introduce yourselves. I won't do as good a job, but let me tell you just a little bit about the purpose of the panel before we get started. So this panel is aiming to explore the synergies between Resolution ARES 71-321 on the enhanced participation of Indigenous peoples at the United Nations and the Sustainable Development Goals. Adopted in 2017 by the United Nations General Assembly, this resolution recognizes the importance of Indigenous peoples' full and effective participation in decision-making processes within the UN system, acknowledging the unique insights and experiences of Indigenous communities is pivotal to the successful implementation of the SDGs. And with that, I would like to hand over to our esteemed guests to do a brief introduction before we get to questions.
My name is Kenneth Deere, is my English name. Zahayandu is the name in my language. It means the fire still burns. I'm Bear Clan, Mohawk Nation from Gunwage, and I'm a member of the Haudenosaunee External Relations Committee and interim co-chair of the Indigenous Coordinating Body for enhanced participation of Indigenous peoples in the UN. Thank you.
I think that's me. Tabea Upolai, Matabinane, Kai Marumakau Bay Holinusaini, Tunai Kai Atitlabui, Nunusaku Sakit Pusumi, Menamuria. I just gave you, extend my respectful greetings to you all. My name is Ghazali Orella, as you could see actually on the screen. I'm from Maluku. If you don't know where it is, I don't blame you. It is 999 islands in the Pacific, right above Australia. Still trying to find one to make 1,000, and but with climate change, who knows? We have 2.2 million indigenous peoples living on islands, and a large community of 70,000 natives living in the Netherlands due to forced relocation after World War II, and I'm a product of that. And I'm here as a representative of my traditional council, as well as the executive secretary of the Indigenous Coordinating Body. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Cheryl, do you want to go ahead?
Thank you, Stacy. So greetings, everyone. I'm very pleased to join you. It's still almost noon here. I'm joining you from the West Coast. I'm joining you from the traditional territory of the Musqueam people, otherwise known as the UBC campus in Vancouver. So it's my pleasure to join you virtually this afternoon. And my name is Cheryl Lightfoot. I am Anishinaabe. I come from the Lake Superior Band of Ojibwe, and I'm a professor here at UBC, and I'm in several departments. I'm in the political science department, and I'm in the School of Public Policy and Global Affairs. And I'm also currently serving as the North American member of the UN Expert Mechanism on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And I'm very privileged this year to also be taking my rotation as chair of that mechanism. So happy to be here. Sorry I can't join you in person today, but I'm very happy to be here virtually.
Thank you, Cheryl. Thanks for joining us.
Hi there. My name is Stacey Lambert. I am the manager of the United Nations team at Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada, and it's an honor to get to be here with these panelists and with all of you today. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you all for the introductions. So the way that this panel is going to work is we have targeted questions for each of our panelists. So I'll start at the beginning. The first question is for you, Kenneth. Can you tell us some of the history of Indigenous peoples' participation at the United Nations?
Okay, I have a PowerPoint, but that's not the question I was going to answer, but maybe we can work it in. I wanted to talk about enhanced participation is code for permanent observer status in the United Nations. And we've been, it's not a new idea, it's been around for 100 years that we wanted to have, that Indigenous people wanted to have a voice in the United Nations. And just recently we celebrated 100 years of that, and I'm just going to briefly go over this. First of all, if you don't know who the Haudenosaunee are, we're also known as the Iroquois Confederacy and the Six Nations Confederacy. And this is our seal of our Constitution, of our people. I have no time to go into that today. We're made up of the Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga, Seneca nations, and the Tuscarora nation came up from the Carolinas, and we adopted them in the 1700s, and that's why it's called the Six Nations Confederacy in English. This is our traditional territory. You'll see way up there at the top is Montreal, and in that area, and the St. Lawrence River. If you go down the right side, you'll go down Lake Champlain all the way down to Albany, New York. Schenectady is a Mohawk word, and the line goes up to the beginning of Lake Ontario, and that's traditional Mohawk territory, taking in all of the Adirondack Mountains. The next to us would be the Oneidas, and in the center is the Onondaga, and then the Cayuga, and then in the western frontier on ours would be the Senecas that go all the way up to Pennsylvania. Now this map is not accurate, it's just a rough illustration of our people. And in the because we were a strong federation after European contact, we had a very large sphere of influence. You know, that red line covering all of south of the Great Lakes, all the way to the Ohio Valley, was part of the sphere of influence of the Haudenosaunee. Today, of course, we're just a number of reservations in the United States and reserves in Canada, and I'm not going to go into all of that. But just to let you know that we were a warring people at one time, and that we came together with a peacemaker, showed us the ways of peace, how to bury our weapons of war, how to put aside our anger and our thirst for revenge, only use good words with one another, use reason and a good mind, righteousness, in our discussions, and making our decisions by consensus, and that made us a strong confederacy from east to west, you know, with all of the Six Nations. And that's our flag, by the way, that illustrates the original 5 nations from east to west, and you'll see that as our people. To make a long story short, this is our government is run by chiefs and clan mothers with some matrilineal society. So we have a clan system, and the head of the clan is the mother, the clan mother, and it's the clan mother that it's the women that carry the clans, and then the clan mother appoints the chiefs. So women are very powerful. It's a balance of power. The women appoint the chiefs, and they can remove the chief if the chief misbehaves. And so there's a separation of power. The chiefs have a certain amount of power. A clan mother can't be a chief, and a chief can't be a clan mother. And it had worked out for about 1,000 years. The Confederacy, nobody knows how old it is. All we know is that it was way before European contact. In this blotch on the, again, a long story, but it's important, is that gray area is the Haldimand Tract that was but set aside for the Haudenosaunee after the War of Independence of the United States. Some of us had, because of the war, moved up to Canada. And all that land was given to us And then all of that red blotch in the middle is a Six Nations reserve, and that's all that's left. So we tried to get wondering, what happened to all that land, and Canada was leasing it out, etc. So, you know the story, and putting the money in trust, and I use that in quotes. So they wanted an answer, and Canada wouldn't tell our chiefs, and that community was still run by chiefs and clan brothers in traditional way. Even though the Indian Act was applied to us, the government did not replace the traditional council in Six Nations. So this is a picture of the council in 1898, actually, and you have the Mohawks and the Senecas on your left-hand side. The older brothers, younger brothers, are the Cayuga and the Oneida and the Tuscarora on your right, and the other at the end, at the far end, is the Onondagas, and where we made our how we counsel, which is another course I'll have to teach you some other time. When the government wouldn't tell us what was, wouldn't give us wouldn't tell us where all the money went and what the money was used, the Confederacy sent one of our chiefs. His title was Tiskahe. Tiskahe is a title. It's not a name handed down by generation by the women, one of the Cayuga chiefs from time immemorial. His English name was Levi General. And so we sent him to the League of Nations, because that's where you send sovereign people, to the brand new League of Nations. So he went to the League of Nations to talk to the League and let them know the situation that we're in. Tiskahe was very well welcomed in Geneva by dignitaries. There was a society for the support of indigenous peoples at that time. The mayor of Geneva and everybody, people were supported him. It was very popular. He applied. He asked to speak at the UN, at the League of Nations, but Canada was there. Wasn't happy about that, and they got Great Britain to stop him from speaking. So he says, "Okay, so you won't let me speak, so I because I'm not a member, I'll apply for membership." So the Haudenosaunee applied for membership to the League of Nations in 1923 and 24, and they were supported by states. There's a letter here that, signed by Ireland, Panama, Persia, which is Iran today, and Estonia was supporting Tiskahe to speak and to join the League. And however, through subterfuge, I don't have a copy of the application, but we still have a copy of the actual application to the League of Nations. The League of Nations, but the secretary, according to the rules of the League of Nations, anybody who applied for membership had to be brought to the floor for a vote. But they were, Great Britain and them were a little concerned that they might win the vote. So the secretary put the application in the drawer and never took it out, and never allowed his application to be brought to a vote, which is a violation of the rules of the League of Nations. In the meantime, Canada was so upset that the Haudenosaunee would act like civilized as we are. The government of Canada overthrew the chiefs and clan mothers on October 7th, 1924, and padlocked took all the symbols of authority, the wampums and files, and shipped them off to Ottawa here, and they padlocked the council house, and they had elections under the Indian Act on October 7th, 1924. That's 100 years ago. 100 years ago, the government held a coup to overthrow the traditional government of the Haudenosaunee. And now there's that conflict between the elected council and the traditional council that still exists in Six Nations, and the rest of all the Haudenosaunee communities have traditional bodies, and I'm a traditionalist myself. So that I just wanted to. He never returned to Canada, by the way. He was in fear of being arrested, and he died in Tuscarora. Haudenosaunee came back again in 1977 in the NGO conference on racial discrimination against the indigenous populations of the Western Hemisphere. And Tiskahe, when he went to Geneva in 1923, he asked for a passport, and Canada wouldn't give him one because they didn't want him to go. They wanted to go to England at that time in 1920, so he made his own passport. And so we've been traveling on our own passports since 1921. And our delegation of about 14 or 16 went to Geneva in 1970 asking where are our rights? Where are the rights of indigenous peoples? And they and what we found out, our people found out was at that time was that the government, states and academics are saying that we are not subjects of international law. We are not peoples, but we're populations, we're communities, we're individuals, villages, bands, tribes, but we are not peoples, and therefore we don't have a right to self-determination. So indigenous people, that's started this process of getting our identity and fighting for our identity at the United Nations. And I don't want to cut the whole story short, but since that time, indigenous people have been going to the United Nations trying to get recognized as peoples. And it was the hardest thing to do. And if you look at the the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, people always talk about self-determination. But if you look at the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, self-determination. If you look at the Declaration, self-determination is Article 3. The Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the right to self-determination is Article 1. And the Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, self-determination, all peoples have a right to self-determination is Article 1. So why is it Article 3 in the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples? It's Article 3 because Article 1 says that indigenous peoples are subjects to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and international human rights law. That is the most important article in the Declaration, because it says that we have rights, that we have rights under international human rights law, and that's what negates the papal bulls that make up the Doctrine of Discovery, and also make sure that we are covered by the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Article 2 says that we are peoples and individuals equal to all other peoples and individuals, and that made us equal, that we are no longer going to be subjects of racial discrimination, racial superiority, particularly by Europeans and others. And then, and only then, after those two articles, does the United Nations say that we have a right to self-determination. So in the whole argument about having identity, having a position in the United States to speak for ourselves, that is the struggle that we were against racial superiority and against the idea that we didn't have rights. Article 1 essentially says that we're human beings. So since that time, the Haudenosaunee and others have been, the Maori went to the League of Nations, Ms. Renata, and another one from Samoa went after that to the League of Nations, and we all got treated the same. We were all denied to speak or to join the League of Nations. And today, now, we are fighting for that right of self-determination, that we can speak for ourselves, that we have indigenous governments, that we are not NGOs, we are not non-governmental organizations, that the Haudenosaunee, the Métis, the Inuit, all of us, all of those governing institutions, we have a right to speak. We have a right to self-determination to speak for ourselves, not the nation state to speak for us, and not individuals or NGOs to speak for. We are governments. And like the Haudenosaunee, if you want to operate in the UN, either you're a state or an NGO, and the Haudenosaunee refuses to register as an NGO because we are a government. We're not a non-government. So the enhanced participation process is to get a permanent observer status for indigenous governments in the UN system, and that's what we're fighting for. And that's what we've already been. It was mentioned in the outcome document of the Alta conference in 2013, the year before we went to the World Conference on Indigenous Peoples, and to fight for that enhanced participation of having a permanent observer status in the UN, And in the outcome document of the World Conference, it mentions enhanced participation. And so we've been fighting for that in this new round of fights from 2014 until the present. That we organize ourselves and call ourselves the Indigenous Coordinating Body for enhanced participation in the UN. And that's where we are, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Kenneth. You're a special person here because you're the only person that we've allowed to have slides, I think. It's been a slide light show, but they were fantastic. Thank you very much for your words. The next question I have is for Ghazali. Ghazali, what are the necessary steps forward towards achieving enhanced participation at the United Nations?
Well, thank you for your question, and also thank you kind of for setting the stage a little bit. I have no slides, so you'll probably have to listen to my late night radio DJ FM voice. But it's when I heard the topic of this meeting was on Sustainable Development Goals, I had a flashback to July 19, 2014. As you probably know, Sustainable Development Goals, before that you had the Millennium Development Goals. So they had to repackage it, relabel it, put a sticker on it, put some lipstick on it, and they call it Sustainable Development Goals. But that was a process. That was a long process. Just a question. How many references to Indigenous peoples are there in Sustainable Development Goals? Just shout a number. 0? 0? Anyone higher? No, he can't go lower, but more? How many references do you think? Just shout a number. 3, 1, 2, 8. All right, so you're close. It's less than 10. Then you're probably surprised that at a point in one of the drafts, there were almost 135 references to Indigenous peoples for the draft for the Sustainable Development Goals. And so July 19th, 2014 will be a day that I'll always remember, because that was the day that myself and Donica Littlechild from Ermiston Cree Treaty 6, we slept on the UN floor to protect the last references to Indigenous peoples in the SDGs. Because it went down there were 13 meetings before that in the open-ended working group. And you saw that number of references to Indigenous people decline. Every meeting, boom, boom, boom. And that final meeting of this open-ended working group, we had to hold the line. And that meeting went into overtime. They adjourned the meeting at 2 a.m. for a pause. And we had to sleep at the UN floor just to make sure that whenever they get back to negotiations, we were there to protect the final references to Indigenous peoples. The reason why I'm sharing that is that if ever there's a moment that exemplifies a need for representation of Indigenous peoples as peoples at the UN, that's the moment. That Indigenous peoples can fight for references to themselves, making sure that it's not just 5, 8, or 10, but actually there's those 105 references to Indigenous peoples that are actually in the Sustainable Development Goals. So we're talking about Sustainable Development Goals right now, but it's also very important that we need to be there at the design phase, not as an after effect, as a consultation, but that you're there when they're actually getting the idea of a Sustainable Development Goals, or what's coming down in the fall is the Summit of the Future. Article 18 is super important, which I want to highlight, the right to participate in decision-making processes that affect us. That doesn't mean that the UN is going to decide for us what affects us. That means that we are going to decide which meetings that affect us. And we're there at the earliest stage possible. So today and yesterday, I heard a lot about sovereignty, decolonization, self-determination, self-government. And those are all very important contexts, all important objectives of not just the Métis National Council, or Métis, or the Inuit, or the First Nations, but for these peoples all over the world. That, like Kenneth said, we're not NGOs. We're not non-governmental organizations. We've been there before political states, so why would we be an NGO? Sure, the UN is a club of states. You have member states. But the thing is, the first words of the UN Charter says, we the peoples. Well, matter of fact, we are people, so we should be at that table. I think it's Chief Oren Lyons said it very well, is that if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. Or you're serving the menu. And that's what this enhanced participation process is all about. It's ensuring that indigenous peoples are at the table at matters that affect them. So this process is not just of the last 10 years. I think Kenneth described it very well. This is a process that is at least 100 years to ensure that indigenous peoples are part of the family of nations at the decision-making level. Who here has is a member of Frequent Flyer Plan? What's Aeroplan, WestJet? Like, just raise your hand. So there are tiers, right? You know, like so you have normal elites and then super elites or something. So imagine, I'm trying to make it relatable for you what enhanced participation process is. So indigenous peoples can already participate at the Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues and Expert Mechanism on Rights of Indigenous Peoples as indigenous peoples organizations. That's super important because we're not NGOs, right? As peoples. As MNC, we're not peoples. We're not NGOs, sorry. And that's good. That's what we'll have, that we'll continue to have. There are indigenous peoples that have their own NGOs. That's also okay, because there's this NGO modality and there's ECOSOC. But what's in between? Because after that, you have the member state, and you have a permanent observer status as well. There's nothing there yet that actually is good for indigenous peoples' governing institutions. And that's where enhanced participation comes in, to ensure that it's another layer on top to allow for indigenous peoples to participate in all these meetings that affect them. And so this is, like again with Aeroplan, and it's getting to where decisions are being made at the General Assembly, at the Human Rights Council. Now, that requires negotiating. That requires lobbying. That requires a lot of hard work, because you're messing with something that is actually built for member states. However, we are also peoples. We're also very important to contribute to the work of the world. We're not there to complain. We're there to contribute to the work of the world. The thing is that obviously we have some God's honest issues to work on at the local level, emergency management and everything else, and you can't, unfortunately, cook and eat the UN Declaration. You can't build houses with the paper of the UN Declaration. However, whilst we're fighting for that, whilst trying to maintain a decent level of dignity for these peoples using the UN Declaration of Rights of Peoples, this is a process of hope for these peoples, for emancipation as Indian self-governing institutions with member states. So that's what we're trying to do for the next, we're doing for a very long time, and hopefully it won't take a lot of time after this as well, but it is a very important process, and that we can use all the help that we can get, obviously. So when we talk about roadmap, there's the UN General Assembly in New York, and there's the UN in Geneva, the Human Rights Council. And they all have taken both have taken upon themselves to see, like, all right, how are we going to do this? And that's participation. But that means that we have to have two campaigns, one in Geneva and one in New York. One we have to deal with 54 member states, and the other one we have to deal with all member states. So the roadmap requires a lot of finesse, making subtle but significant steps The good thing is we're good at it as Indigenous peoples. We've been doing that for decades, for over 100 years. The thing that we need to do right now is to ensure that we can continue building momentum. Because as much as we want it, as much as we have the support of Canada and some other countries, there are countries that do not like it. We have to be very honest about that. And the thing that we need to do at this point, and I think yesterday there was a presentation that said it very well, is that those that are against, the best thing that they can do is slow it down. Make it inevitable. Make it irreversible. So that is what we're trying to do for the next couple of years, or well, with several meetings that are up ahead. What might be of interest to you is that there's some interesting events coming up in New York. There's a World Conference on Indigenous Peoples Commemoration. This whole process started at the World Conference. So it could be interesting to say, like, use that as an opportunity. It's like, hey, enhanced participation is super important. We want this to be one of the main focuses the next coming years. You talked about the UN Declaration for quite a while. Well, in a couple of years, we'll get to the 20th anniversary of the UN Declaration in 2027. If you look at those two opportunities, that's a great opportunity as momentum, to create momentum towards making sure that this status becomes a reality. As we have to deal with a lot of these things, human rights violations all across the board, enhanced participation is something that creates a status for Indigenous governments, self-governing institutions, judicial councils, parliament assemblies. It can be this ray of light so that they can, from now on until the future, can know that, well, this is happening. But at the international level, we can have a voice at this decision-making table. So in terms of the roadmap, obviously you have to deal with member states, but I would say, like, your input is very much valued. There's in Geneva and New York. We'll have, throughout this year, we'll have several meetings. There will be an intersessional meeting of the Human Rights Council. 2 meetings of those. Those are going to be very important. That will set the stage for what will be the mechanism that could do this accreditation for this status. What will be the criteria? Where can these governments go to? And what can they do? So in Geneva, we'll be setting the foundation for that. And in New York, we have to make sure that there's a process, that it continues, and that hopefully, I'm an optimist, hopefully by when we celebrate the 20th anniversary of the UN Declaration on Rights of Indigenous Peoples, that one of the deliverables will be a status for Indigenous governments at the highest possible level at the United Nations. Thank you.
Thanks, Ghazali. Our next question is for Cheryl. You can hear me, Cheryl? Wonderful.
Yes, I can. Yep.
All right. Well, as the chair of the expert mechanism, can you tell us more about what enhanced participation might look like at the Human Rights Council?
Yeah, and thank you for that question, and thank you, Ghazali and Kenneth, for setting out both the rationale and the roadmap for us. And I'm very pleased at this point to pick up the conversation about what that participation might come to look like at the Human Rights Council, and also what the role of the expert mechanism is in that process. And we call the expert mechanism that, and we also call it by its acronym, or MRIP for short. So I will use those two interchangeably. And I have to start just to say that MRIP has played and continues to play a really key role in this process at the Human Rights Council as a part of our mandate, and has been and continues to be a very strong proponent of the enhancement of Indigenous peoples' participation in the work of the Council. And as Ghazali and Kenneth both indicated, this work is hard because on the one hand, it is new. There's the creation of a new status. This is novel. And what we know about international relations and nation state behavior is that if we ever need to begin to change up the status quo, we're going to have resistance. And that resistance will come from multiple directions and for multiple reasons. At the same time, this is actually quite an ordinary process. There have been efforts since the creation of the United Nations to increase inclusivity and to increase voice and to increase space. So on the one hand, it's both novel and radical and ordinary. And so our job is to really navigate the waters between those two truths. So the expert mechanisms mandate, it's a multi-part mandate, but essentially our core mission is to interpret and advance the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. So Article 5 and 18 of the Declaration are explicitly referencing Indigenous peoples' right to participation in decision-making on matters that impact them or relate to them, and include also the overarching right to self-determination as expressed in both Articles 3 and 4 of the Declaration. So under all those articles, the UN has a real obligation to promote the Declaration inside as well as outside of the UN halls. And Article 41 of the Declaration specifically addresses the role of the United Nations in the full realization of the Declaration by giving it the obligation to establish and support the ways and means to ensure that Indigenous and just a moment, I get in a message, my connection's unstable. Hopefully that resolves. So when it comes to the expert mechanism, the participation of Indigenous peoples themselves in our work has always been essential. And in the expanded mandate of the MRIP that came into play in 2016, it is allowed for increased participation of Indigenous peoples to support the mechanism in the facilitation of dialogue or capacity building and technical cooperation. And this is another form of self-determination in the mandate. When it comes to this process, I'm just going to pause here and ask the tech team how we're doing.
Well, I can tell you, Cheryl, that we can hear you. There have been a few little bumps in the road, but we seem to have a pretty good connection now.
Okay, excellent. Okay. I'll continue. Thanks for your patience. This is one of the problems of working remotely, is sometimes this happens. So when it comes to this particular process, the expert mechanism has invited and supported and encouraged the Human Rights Council to continue to facilitate, in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples, of course, their participation in Indigenous peoples' representative institutions in the work of the Council in accordance with the Declaration. And we've encouraged the Council to commit to reducing, as much as it is able, the barriers to Indigenous peoples' participation in its work. And barriers could be languages, access, in-person attendance, and so forth. Now, in our own work, and we are a subsidiary body of the Human Rights Council, Indigenous-specific subsidiary body, we have developed registration and accreditation modalities to follow the example of what we do within the mechanism ourselves in order to allow for the broadest possible participation. So the expert mechanism, in speaking with the Human Rights Council, both through official channels and then also through side conversations, we've invited and encouraged the Council to really consider how to best facilitate the participation of Indigenous peoples within its normal and ordinary work and discussions. And we've proposed that they make further efforts to enhance participation in accordance with the UN Declaration. And so what that means in practice is that it would include all meetings relevant to the rights of Indigenous peoples. Now, in the ordinary course of work, this typically means in the latter part of September, there's an interactive dialogue in Geneva at the Council with the expert mechanism and also with the Special Rapporteur on the rights of Indigenous peoples. And there's also, in the same number of days, an annual half-day discussion, panel discussion on the rights of Indigenous peoples. And so we've encouraged the Council to create accreditation and access to those events similar to what is happening in our own sessions in Geneva. Now, we were very excited to see in September of 2023 and then into October, the annual Human Rights Council resolution, so the 2023 resolution, which we as the expert mechanism participated in terms of negotiations. And we were very pleased with this one because we saw some positive developments towards the participation within the Human Rights Council that aligned with some of our advice that we were giving as the expert mechanism. So in that resolution, and you can look it up online, there are two very important paragraphs, pertinent paragraphs for this process. So paragraph number 15 requests the High Commissioner, the Office of the High Commissioner, to prepare a stock-taking report, compiling all of the existing procedures of how Indigenous peoples currently participate at the United Nations, to highlight gaps in good practices, and then to present a report back to the Council down the road at the 57th session. And then paragraph 16 lays out the immediate next steps forward in this process. And it says that the Council has decided to continue to discuss and develop further steps and measures to enable and to facilitate Indigenous peoples' participation, and has made a couple of decisions on this paragraph. So first, they have agreed to organize one 2-day meeting before the 57th session of the Council, coming up later in 2024, and then another 2-day meeting before the 58th session. And at these meetings, it will allow states and UN agencies and programs and Indigenous peoples from all 7 regions of the world, also national human rights institutions, other NGOs, to hold a constructive dialogue. And the intent of these intersessional meetings will be to provide hopefully concrete actions and ways to enhance the participation of Indigenous peoples' representative institutions, and by that we mean governments, in the work of the Human Rights Council. So this was a positive step, and MRIP very much welcomes the current approach by the Human Rights Council. Now, finally, I just wanted to touch on some of the views of the expert mechanism on key particular questions of Indigenous peoples and what we would like to see come out of this next process. So first of all, the question comes up of where should Indigenous peoples participate in the Council? That's in formal language what we call the venues of participation. And so the expert mechanism is on record as regretting that up until now, Indigenous peoples' representative institutions can only take the floor in the Human Rights Council through non-government organizations or NGOs that have been accredited. And so we would very much like this to change to a formal status so that Indigenous peoples' representative institutions can represent and speak for themselves. And when it comes to the participation of Indigenous peoples' representative institutions in meetings such as the interactive dialogue with the Special Rapporteur and the expert mechanism and the half-day panel and so forth, it requires their inclusion And so it's the view of the MRIP that participation could and should look like participation currently within the expert mechanism, following our rules and procedures. So secondly, in addition to where, we also have to consider how Indigenous peoples can participate in the Council. So this is the question of participation modalities. This concerns such items as the right to speak in the annual session. And what we do in our own expert mechanism is the right to speak is based on first come, first serve upon signing up in the list of speakers. And all participants in our body can take the floor for an equal amount of time, whether they're an NGO or a state or an international organization. And they all get the same amount of time. Going forward, that'll be 3 minutes, depending on how long the list of speakers is and the discretion of the chair. And so in advancing this process, the expert mechanism has also, for the last couple of sessions, made space within our weekly session to hold a conversation about this enhanced participation process. And then finally is the category of determining who can participate. So this is the very crucial area of the selection criteria and selection mechanism. And we have, as MRIP, studied a few other observer status organizations. So we have taken a close look at how NGOs are allowed to participate and what their status is in the Council and how that plays out. We've also taken a close look at national human rights institutions as another possible model for consideration about the how and the participation, the modalities, the criteria, and so forth. And one of the things we noted is that one of the key differences between NGOs accreditation and the accreditation of national human rights institutions is the role that UN member states play. So NGO accreditation has to be approved by member states, while national human rights institutions approve themselves. And so as the expert mechanism, we find the latter model, the national human rights institutions model, to be more in line with the UN declaration. So that is what we would like to see. Now, I think I will stop there because this is such an ongoing process and turn over to the next speaker. But I'm happy to take questions during the discussion period about some of these sometimes very technical.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Okay, our last question is for Stacey. Stacey, how is Canada supporting Indigenous peoples in their fight for enhanced participation?
Thank you. I want to start off, some of you would have been in the last panel where someone had asked a really good question about how a lot of these conversations that we've been having today, and particularly in that panel, kind of relate in terms of the global framework. And the panelist responded that it has a lot to do with education. And that really stuck with me because I feel like that's something that sort of is running through the whole thread of everything that we're doing here and everything that we're trying to do at the United Nations. We have a lot of conversations where I work at Crown Indigenous Relations at CERNAC about sort of why focus on international issues. It's a primarily domestic department. Why do we do this work at the UN? And the thing that we constantly come back to is, pardon me, I quit the frog in my throat. There we go. I didn't want to interrupt Cheryl. One of the things that we constantly come back to is that the international pushes the domestic and the domestic pushes the international. And it's important to be playing in both of those worlds so that the rising tide lifts all of the boats and that we have sort of a place below which we can't fall as all member states have governments that come and go and policies that change continually. It's really about establishing that work that can be that bar So in terms of the work that Canada is doing, this is a priority area for Canada at the United Nations. We have definitely been one of the more vocal member states and vocal proponents of creating this status for Indigenous peoples at the UN, separate, as all of the other panelists mentioned, from civil society organizations, non-governmental organizations, in a way that honors the fact that Indigenous governments should be able to have voices of their own in these spaces. I can run down a quick list, but we were heavily involved in the negotiations back in 2017 in the General Assembly in New York when we made our first attempts following the World Conference to make this happen, to make this a reality. And I think we learned a lot from that process. We spent sort of a year and a half, almost 18 months in the lead up to that, involved in consultations and with the facilitators with their zero drafts and then negotiating. And we had some complex resolution language about those 4 elements that Cheryl had just spoken about. And then it all died right at the last second. And a lot of it died because we were incredibly entrenched on the side of Indigenous participation happening in all venues, in all spaces, and with an absolute, our major red line was that we were not okay with member states having a say in who those people would be. So anything that hinted at a veto by member states was a red line for Canada. Indigenous peoples, Indigenous governments should define who they are and how they will be represented at the UN, not member states. There were many states who didn't enjoy that. And so the resolution negotiations did fall apart in the end. And we basically got a resolution that decided to sort of keep having the conversation, and we'll talk about it again in 5 years. Thanks to the pandemic, 5 years has turned into 8. But we are back talking about it again. A lot of the work that we did in conjunction with panelists here and others was to try to keep the issue alive from 2017 until now. We negotiate this type of language into all of the other resolutions that come up throughout the UN system, whether they're in the General Assembly or in the Human Rights Council, and are continually advocating for exactly that language that Kenneth was talking about as peoples, that S on the end of the word. You wouldn't believe how much time we spend arguing over that one S at the end of a word, because that's what means that there are rights that are inherent as opposed to being populations to whom they don't apply. Canada has very happily provided funding to the Quito meeting that established the Indigenous coordinating body that both Kenneth and Ghazali sit on, and then to fund their work. And we had the honor to sit on the expert panel that happened at the Human Rights Council in 2022 on this issue. Some of you who are interested in this may have seen that just a couple of days ago Canada was appointed as one of the co-facilitators in the General Assembly process as we begin renegotiation of this issue in the General Assembly. Right now, we're nominated from now until August, but hopefully we'll be able to continue the work past then. I wanted to say that I really appreciate the link with the SDGs that this conference is making, because it caused me to pause and wonder how often we actually make that link when we're talking about enhanced participation. And the answer is we rarely do. We talk a lot about the UN Declaration. We talk a lot about the World Conference outcome document. But we don't generally talk about the SDGs. And this has been a really good reminder to put it into that context. I think when we look at it, often, I'm a bureaucrat, we write lots of briefing notes up the chain, and often we have to add the little note that says, what is this? Why are we doing these things? And we say it's article, whichever of the UN Declaration implementation and part of the Act and all of those kinds of things. But to me, I look at the SDGs and I think, if I had to put that in a briefing note, I would say, well, we're really looking at SDG 16 on peace, justice, and strong institutions, building the UN institution system to include Indigenous voices. But really, the real goal of enhanced participation is ensuring that Indigenous peoples represent themselves as governments and as rights holders so that there is input into all of those development goals. That people get to that Indigenous peoples get to choose which of those conversations they want to be a part of. I would just say as well that one of the things that the Government of Canada has been trying to do and to learn as we go through this process is, to me, the most important thing is the relationships that we've built as we've gone along this journey of trying to create voice, whether that's the relationships with other member states, like-minded member states to us, but most importantly with Indigenous representatives who've been active in this area. You know, one example of it was we created in the lead up to the Human Rights Council workshop in 2022 an ad hoc working group that began several months before the workshop to create positions so that when, you know, the Government of Canada is sitting on the panel and when Indigenous representatives in the room were talking about what Canada's, sort of what our positions are, we had come up with many of those positions together. We had had really, really honest conversations about what we could do as a member state, what Indigenous peoples could do as Indigenous peoples, which things were not going to fly if we tried to say that to other member states in the room. And I think the most important part of that conversation was sort of those really honest pieces where we were able to talk the issues through. We still have a lot of questions to work out about how that process in particular could play out. A lot of issues, as we discuss with enhanced participation, who gets to be there, how are they in the room? We have the same conversations on a microcosm level about who should be the ones advising us on how that process goes forward. So we continue to talk to the MNC, to ITK, to others to have that part of the conversation. And we hope to just continue to learn and do that better. I think all of this has really spoken to the, you know, we talk a lot to other member states about the nothing about us without us aspect of things. But if you're going to have a resolution about Indigenous voices, having Indigenous voices be involved in that resolution is an awfully important part of it. The most important part. In terms of going forward, as others have laid out, this is not an easy process. It's incredibly technical, it's incredibly complex. We don't have a lot of experts at the table who understand the modalities of the UN General Assembly and the UN Human Rights Council and how we can work to sort of either wedge this issue bit by bit or come at it really strong with a huge resolution. We don't have a lot of people who understand those modalities very, very well. And so I think when we talk about education, for us, that's about educating public servants. And also, you know, if there are people in this room who are interested in this work, we're always open to that conversation and always looking for other people to join sort of in that fight towards making this a reality at the UN. We have a long, long path to go. As Cheryl mentioned, we're the ones who want something. We want to build something in a very status quo type of an environment. And non-like-minded member states can just come along and say no. And so a lot of this is about telling that story and figuring out how we work together to convince all those middle member states who just don't really feel like this is an issue that's important to them to come along. I think as we look towards the renegotiation, if we are taking on this co-facilitator role, it takes us out of the actual negotiating environment as Canada. And we have been by far the most vocal on the issue going forward. And so we will be looking to Indigenous representatives to talk to other member states. We will be talking to other member states about how they can take up this banner. And really, I would just say our main priority is to continue working with Indigenous representatives on this. I think when I reflect on other panels and when I reflect on the work that I've gotten to do with these panelists here and others, and I'm sure you would all agree with me, is that, you know, public servants, the Government of Canada has a lot to learn about how to do this work in a proper, meaningful, respectful way. And as an individual public servant doing this work, getting to be involved in enhanced participation and learn about, you know, creating space and getting out of the way in a lot of instances important that is, and how we can have really open and constructive dialogue that will get us to that place. I want to ensure that our positions here aren't being developed in a vacuum, because the goal at the end of this is to ensure that your voices are represented in the UN system. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of our panelists. And thanks, Cheryl, virtually for sticking it out with us. I know it's not easy to be a virtual panelist, but we appreciate having you in the room. This takes us to the closing of our panel today. In closing for our summit, I would like to invite President Caron back up to the microphone to provide us with some closing remarks.
Well, before I begin, I just want to thank this panel specifically, and thank you for being here and for sharing everything that you did. The enhanced participation, it came up in the UNDRIP and SDGs conversation that we just had too, so I hope the folks that had some questions in that session had the opportunity to learn a little bit more about enhanced participation and the work that's been done. And Kenneth, it's incredible to have you here to share the history behind this work, and to have you participate in this forum specifically with us to help educate us about the past, so that we can be better collaborators as we continue to move forward down this. And Ghazali, for all of the work that you do on the international stage, and everybody for your participation over the last couple of days. I think this has been an incredibly successful first Métis National Council Global Summit, and I want to thank you all for joining us at this summit, for participating in the conversations. Unfortunately, it was supposed to be Bob Ray, Ambassador Ray, up here this afternoon to close us out and to share a little bit about the work that we're all doing together. But Ambassador Ray was unable to make it this afternoon, as he had an urgent meeting with the UN RWA. So I get his job this afternoon. But I do want to thank Ambassador Ray, and if he's got any of the staff online, for first and foremost agreeing to originally come and speak to this summit, and for the work and the relationship that we have built with Ambassador Ray in the work that we're doing on the international stage. So I just want to close out with a few comments, a few reflections, and a few words from the last couple of days. First and foremost, as I always do, I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to our Métis governments for the incredible work that you're doing in supporting Métis citizens and our communities across the Métis Nation homeland, for being here, for collaborating with one another, coming to Ottawa so many times to have these conversations in diverse settings with new partners, and for your participation on the panels, and for the staff and the technicians who've participated on the panels over the last couple of days. Thank you to our governing members, to our Métis governments, for all of your hard work in making this a reality. As we've heard over the last couple of days, the Métis Nation's inherent right to self-determination does extend into policy that advances sustainable development goals and the quality of life for Métis Nation citizens. We've talked about it, we've heard about it. We acknowledge that the SDGs are broad and they are very ambitious. But when we engage in really important conversations and discussions such as we have over these last couple of days, we are ensuring that genuine Indigenous realities are reflected in policy decision-making processes. These conversations are going to make an impact. Ensuring that the Métis Nation's rights, realities, priorities, and interests are reflected within the sustainable development policies is a priority for the Métis National Council. And moving forward, we welcome these trilateral conversations between the federal government, between provincial governments, to ensure that the authentic inclusion of the Métis Nation within broader sustainable development narrative is there and it exists. The MNC is committed to ensuring alignment between the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development with the MNC's mission to enhance and promote cultural, social, economic, and political interests of the Métis Nation. We know that every conversation, every decision that's being made is going to have an effect on us, and we need to have our voices at the table. And the Métis Nation's mission and priorities have to be reflected within the 2030 agenda and instill true reconciliation and action towards each of these pieces rather than function as two complementary sets of goals. We have to bring them together. We have to work together. We have to work together nation to nation, government to government, to advance global development objectives that reflect the Métis Nation's realities. And we're committed to closing gaps between Indigenous realities and these global development objectives. I want to again, extend my thanks to every single person who's participated on these panels over the last couple of days. I want to thank the keynote who came, David Lametti, who came and presented to us yesterday morning, for all of you who've taken the time to travel to Ottawa to engage in these critical conversations. I really also want to take some time to thank the Indigenous youth representatives who we heard from this morning from First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities who have come from across Canada to discuss experiences and perspectives on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals during that chat this morning. These youth highlighted critical calls to action, including the need to move forward in tangible ways with truth and reconciliation and the calls to action, missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, 2S LGBTQIA, and those calls to justice. And we recognize that young people, they're playing a critical role in our nation right now. We talk about how young people are the future, but our young people are at these tables, they're driving these conversations, and we're just really committed to amplifying the voices of young people, and I want to thank those of you who participated in that conversation this morning. Again, I want to point to, there's a report that was tucked into those swag bags of yours when you checked in 2 days ago that the MNC finalized. It's titled Partners in Transforming Our World, the Métis National Council and the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In that report, we address each of the Métis Nation policy priorities and connect it to the specific SDG targets and indicators. And this level of detail is really integral to ensuring that Métis interests are woven into the very fabric of the SDGs. So really appreciate it if you take a look at that report, and that's going to continue driving our work moving forward. We do have a lot of work ahead of us, but we do need to stop and celebrate and acknowledge how far we have come and the advancements that we've made today in our work all together. In particular, I want to take time to thank Indigenous leadership and advocates who have been fighting for the inclusion of Indigenous voices internationally for decades, fighting for the development and implementation of these international mechanisms, fighting for the development of the declarations like the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. They started this work before I was alive, and that it's something that needs to be celebrated. And I've had the absolute honor to meet some of these people, Kenneth, yourself, and folks like Chief Littlechild, who have dedicated their lives to this work and have done so much work before we've gotten to where we are today, and they need to be recognized, they need to be honored and upheld. We have to take time to celebrate how far we've come because we do have a long way to go still. And we need to celebrate the little successes along the road to keep us motivated, to keep us moving. And we recognize how much work there is left to do. But the Métis National Council will continue to support this national advocacy, the international advocacy, convening these types of conversations with our partners, supporting capacity for our Métis governments to participate in these conversations and make sure that their priorities are really driving this agenda. Additionally, I want to make sure that we say that the Métis National Council remains committed to fostering those strong relationships with Indigenous peoples globally and with international partners to advance our shared goals and priorities internationally. The MNC will continue to uphold Métis rights and ensure governmental accountability through the various processes that are available to us to do so, such as the Voluntary National Review and the Universal Periodic Review, because we know that disaggregated data is essential to knowing whether SDGs are being met and how they are impacting our people, our nation. It has been a true pleasure to have such a diverse crowd with us today. I want to thank the international Indigenous peoples who have come here and participated in these conversations and built relationships. Those relationships are everything. That is the work that we're here to do, is to build relationships and continue to move forward in a good way. We recognize that we're all working towards similar goals for our nations, for our peoples. We find unity in our shared values of stronger kinship and partnerships and a decolonized governance systems, and how we can apply all of this together, how we can learn from one another and continue to move forward. Before I close, I also want to extend a special thank you to the Métis National Council staff who make all of this happen, behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, for all of your hard work to make this convening, these conversations happen. In particular, I want to thank Kate Gillis, who is the lead on the international file. For really driving this work, the Métis National Council, we've been mandated to do international work since 1983, but it's been off the side of our desks, and we've never had a dedicated person to really advance this file in a good way. And Kate has really built this department herself. Her department is her on the international file at this point, and has done an incredible job. So thank you, Kate, and everybody who's made this possible. Again, thank you everyone for being here this week. I look forward to continuing to advance this critical work together to ensure the authentic inclusion of the Métis Nation within the larger Sustainable Development Framework. And I look forward to seeing you all here next year at our second Global Forum. So thank you everyone, travel home safe, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, President Caron. And to finish us off, to close us out and to take us home, I would like to invite Elder Veda up to the podium for a closing prayer. Yeah, you can if you'd like.
Okay. Again, I'd like to thank you for a wonderful 2 days, and especially like to thank Kate and her team, the facilitators, and all the non-Métis participants, especially the Indigenous people from other countries. I think the choice of panelists and speakers has been amazing. And before I pray, I just wanted to make one comment. And that's that listening to the ideas and discussion in the past few days made me think of how much the Métis in this room remind me of our Métis ancestors. Like the Métis of old, the Métis who came before us, we have a strong sense of who we are, a strong sense of community and culture, and like them, there's independence here. They were their own decision makers. We are our own decision makers. Métis were negotiators. They were navigators. They were diplomats. They had intercultural competencies and knew how to build bridges between people. And they knew how to be patient and to make strong alliances and advocate for ourselves and other Indigenous people. And like our ancestors, we can be peaceful and we can be very future-oriented and patient. But we also know how to assess a situation, and we know when and how to protect our rights, to resist marginalization and exclusion, and to make our voices heard. And I felt that very, very much in this room. So I think we're very lucky to have such strong Métis today. I'm very grateful for that. I'll close with a prayer. We thank the Creator for these 2 days together, for the good hearts and good minds that have come together, for the discussions and ideas we've shared. Please take care of our people, wherever they may be tonight. We pray especially for those who are in need, in pain, or in fear. Please keep us strong in spirit as we work together to solve problems and make positive changes. And please keep us in good health in the days ahead and see us safely home to our families and communities. Miigwech for all that you have given us. Merci. I know, like I've been trying.